In one of my last video, I built this AI short video generator application, and in this video we are going to build an AI promo video generator and video editor application. Hey there and welcome back to TubeGuruji channel. Today we are going to build an full stack and completely from the scratch AI based video editor and promo video generator application starting from setting the project with the help of React, Next.js, Tailwind CSS, and then we're gonna set up a backend of our application with the help of Neon PostgreSQL database. Then with the help of Gemini AI model, we are going to generate the content for our video, and then in order to maintain and handle a background heavy task, we are going to use ingest function. All of this then we are going to deploy it on the cloud with the help of Vercel. Now this complete application we are going to build it from the scratch. If you are new to the Next.js or React, don't worry because I'm going to teach you everything from the basic step by step. So let's walk through the application first and then we'll start developing this application. If you see, we have this beautiful dashboard, clean and easy. Over here you have option to create a new video, and I already have some of the video which I created, right? So let's click on the create new video. Now you will find two options to generate with an AI or you can generate from the scratch. Now once you click on this generate from the scratch, it will redirect you to the editor. And over here on the left hand side you will see the frame list. You have option to add a new frame as well. On the right hand side you will see the player, and you can obviously live preview your all the frames in the form of video. Here you have option to change the size, whether you want 1 by 1, 16 by 9 or 9 by 16. You can select any size. You have option to select the audio file, and not only that, you can edit each frame, whether you want to change the text, the duration of the each frame. You can even change the font size, and everything gonna happen in real time. Option to different change the text color. I'm gonna teach you how can we add this color picker. Then you have option to select a different backgrounds. Not only that, but you can also select a gradient background as well. For each of the frame you can add an animation. So once you add the animation, you can also live preview that one too. And then at the last you can learn how can we add this beautiful and animated icon. Over here you can simply position this animation according to your needs. How cool, right? And at the last, if you want to export this video, you can even export it as well. Once you made all the changes, you can even save this video, and anytime you can come back and again you can edit. Now another option is to generate with the AI. Just click on this one and then it will redirect you to enter the topic of your video. Add the topic, select the duration for how many seconds video you want, and simply click generate. Now with the help of Inngest, it will take all your background tasks and it will handle it for you. So you don't need to worry about anything. Over here, if you see, your task is now running and you can track each of the execution of your function. How cool, right? As soon as the task is completed, your page will get auto refresh, and once it refresh you will see your video. Just open this one and boom, right here you will find your video. You can play this one and automatically all the content, all the animation, the font style, font family, everything get added automatically. If you want to make some changes, you can just select that particular frame, see what is the text and everything. You can even change the color combination. You can see the preview. You can increase the font. You can have option to change the font family, or if you want to change the background, you can also do that. Say, how cool, right? And at the last, you can simply export this video. Now, with the help of GCP Cloud Run, we also implemented the video rendering so that you can download your video once you are exported. Now over here, once you exported any video, you will see this download icon, and let's open this one, and here as well you will see an option to download. Once you click on this, you can see your video is now rendering, and with the help of the Google storage. You don't need to set up anything because I'm gonna tell you the best way to render your video on the cloud. And same functionality you can also implement in any of the video like this, and you have option to download the video as well. How cool, right? And this complete project we are going to build it from the scratch. So guys, if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe to our channel. And if you want to access any source code of any project on my channel, just go to the tubegurji.com, join the membership, and then you will get an exclusive access to my all the source code and the courses as well. Here you will find a bunch of free source code for the members and some member only discount source code as well. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this application and press notification bell icon so you will not miss any update from me. Let's create a project with the help of Next.js. Next.js is a React framework to develop the web application. It has a lot of different features. The most important is server-side rendering, the folder-based routing, and not only that, but if you want to write an API, you can directly write inside the Next.js application. And you don't need to write it on different Node.js project and don't need to deploy it on differently. With the help of Next.js, you can do everything in one place. So simply, in order to create the project, this is the command line. Just copy this command called npx create next app at latest. Open a folder where you want to create the project and open a terminal at that folder. Now if you are using the Windows, make sure to open the command prompt and simply paste this command. Then it will ask you the project name. Here we'll say AI viral video generator, and then it will ask you, do you want to use TypeScript? Say no. The ESLint, say no. The Tailwind CSS, say yes, because this command will automatically install the Tailwind CSS for us. So we don't want source directory, so say no. And the app router, say yes. And no turbo pack and import is also no. Okay. And now if you see, it will start installing the some dependency like React DOM, Next, and some dev dependency like port CSS and Tailwind CSS. And boom, if you see, our project is now successfully created. Now simply open a VS Code and go to the file. Over here you can say open a folder and just locate the folder. Just open that folder from the given project folder where you just created that, right? And just click open. Now say yes, I trust the author, and if you see, we have some of the folders and file at the left hand side, and this is our project. Okay, now this is the Next.js project. If you are creating in the React, the folder structure might be different little bit, but with this one it's much easier to understand. Now let's walk through each one by one. The first folder is app folder, where we are going to write all our code. Okay, so all the pages, routing, everything comes under this app folder. So currently each Next.js application has at least one root layout page called root layout, through which all our routing and pages going to render through these children. And obviously it contains the HTML and body tag. It also has the metadata, which is helpful for SEO purpose, and you can use your local font. So in this example, they already use the local font, but we also gonna learn how can we use our own font. Then we have page.js, which is the default page of our application. Now once we run the application, you will get to know much better. Then the node modules, which contain all the packages or dependency which we install, right? That all the files are inside this node module. Obviously we are not going to touch this particular folder at any time. Then we have this public folder in which all the images, assets, everything will gonna store inside this public folder. Then we have some of the files called package.json, which contain the name, the version of the application, the script to run or to build the application, and dependency which is installed. Also the package lock, which maintain the version of each of the package, and next.config.js file, which contain the configuration related to the Next.js application. Then another important file, which is tailwind.config.js file, which contain the configuration related to the Tailwind CSS. Now before running the application, there is one change we need to make. So just go to this package.json file, and if you see, currently the React version is 19, and the Next.js version is 15. So currently many of the latest dependency that does not support the React 19 version. So simply you can just change this to 18, something like this. Okay. And once you run this one, go to the terminal, click new terminal, and here it will open the terminal inside your VS Code. Over here, just type a command npm install. So it will install the latest changes, whatever changes you make inside your package. So in this case, we updated the version, so it will install that particular version to your application. Okay. And now inside the terminal, just type npm run dev. So it will run your application on this particular URL, and the port is 3000. So open this inside the browser, and then you will see your application is running on this particular port. Now if I go back to the app folder and inside the page.js file, here you will see the default page is getting rendered. Now let me clean this out. So I will just remove everything and I will just put the div tag, and here inside the h2 will say subscribe to Tube Guruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. And over here, as soon as I save it, you will see the text is printing on the screen. Cool, right? Now obviously, as soon as you added more things, you will get to render over here. And as I say in the beginning, that this is our default page of our application. Now whenever you run your application, this is the default page getting rendered on the browser. Okay, and through this layout.js, our page getting rendered. Now next important thing that we are going to do is to install the one Tailwind CSS based component library called ShadCN. ShadCN is a very rich and popular library in the market right now, and it is based on the Tailwind CSS. Now in order to install this ShadCN UI library, just go to the ui.shadcn.com, and inside the document you will see this installation step. Select the correct framework, and simply you need to copy this npm command, okay, in order to initialize this ShadCN into your project. So open a terminal. So I will add a new terminal over here and simply paste this command. Now it will ask you which style do you want to use. Okay, you have two options. One is New York, one is default. There is this only small difference. New York size is little bit smaller and default is bigger. I will select the New York, and then here you can select the base color. I will keep the neutral. Then it will would you like to use CSS variable for a theming? Say yes, and then it will update your tailwind.config.js file and the global CSS. Okay. Also, you will see the new folder get added called component. New file get added called component.json and the folder called lib. And inside that we have util.js file. Also inside the tailwind.config.js file, you will see some of the colors get added to your application. Now obviously with the help of ShadCN, you can customize everything and each of the details, right? So that's the reason it gives you option to add your own color combination as well. Now let's do one thing. Let's go back to this particular page and let's install this component called button. Now obviously if you scroll down a little bit on the left hand side, you will see all the components like button, how it looks, you can see the code and some of the installation step and how to do it, right? So in order to use the button, just copy this npm command and simply paste it inside your terminal. Now whenever you want to use any component from the ShadCN, you have to make sure you will install that first into your application in order to use it. Now once it is installed, here you will see the new folder get created called components, and inside this we have UI folder which contain the ShadCN components, okay, and the code. Obviously you can update it anytime. Now let's go back over here and I will add a new button component. See, and it is importing from this components UI button, and here we'll say subscribe and save it. If I go back to our application, you will see this beautiful button rendering on the screen, and it's saying the text is called subscribe, right? So that's how easily you can add the component. Here you don't need to write the code to create or adding a padding and make sure to look like a button, right? ShadCN component library is taking care of everything. Now in order to change the default color of this particular component, right, and make sure, and also you have to make sure that it is applicable through Throughout the application, simply go to the tailwind.config.js file and search for the primary. Okay, so currently the primary color is a neutral color, but anytime you can update with your own color. So in this case, I'm updating with this hex code. Okay, it's kind of blue. If I save this now, you will see this beautiful button with this particular theme color, right, and which is the primary color. Obviously, if you want to change with any other color, just change this primary color code and you can done. Obviously, here you have more option, okay, and depends on your choice, you can update the color combination as well. Now let's update the font of our application. Okay, so currently the with this, when we created the Next.js project, right, the default font get added and is applied. But if you want to change, just go to this layout.js and you have option to import your own font, right? But there is another simplest way that you can do it. Just remove this local font, and I will also remove this class name from here. And in order to import your own font, you can just type import, okay, and from, and here we'll say next/font/Google. Now you have option to explore all the Google fonts. So just go to this Google font, and whatever the font you want to use it, just pick that font, okay. And once you are ready with that one, obviously let's say I want to use this particular outfit font which I like most. So just remember the name, just go back to your application and just search or just type that name and you will see the suggestion. Click on it. Now the outfit font is imported into your application. Now simply over here just initialize that. So here we'll say outfit is equal to outfit, and inside here we'll add a subset and we'll say Latin, okay. And in order to make apply this font, right, over here to this body we'll say class name outfit dot class name and save it. And then if I go back to your application, you will see the font of our all the content which we are going to render now, it changed throughout the application, okay. So that's how, guys, you can also update your font for your application. Now let's set up a backend for our application so that we can store all our application data, all the records to the database. And for that one, we are going to use a Neon PostgreSQL database. The reason that we are using a Neon PostgreSQL database is because it's very easy to use and also is free to use as well. It provides a scaling option. If you want to scale it later on, you can do it. Also have the branching strategy, and it is seamlessly integrate with any of the tech stack. So, and in order to integrate with our application, we are going to use a Drizzle ORM along with the Neon PostgreSQL database. So first thing, let's go to this orm.drizzle.theme and click on get started. Over here you will see the option called Neon. So it automatically connect with the Drizzle ORM as well. So and it's very easy, as I say. So select the Neon. Once you select it, just scroll down a little bit, and over here first thing you need to do is to install this both the commands, okay. So copy this npm command, go to your project, and inside the terminal just paste it here. Once it is installed, right, let's go back, and over here you need to add the database URL inside your .env file. So simply copy this and just go back to your application. Inside the root directory, create a new file called .env, and inside here I will paste this database URL. Now make sure if you are using the any environment variable on a client side, make sure to attach with this next_public_ and then your API key name, okay. And in order to get this database URL, simply go to this Neon, log into your account if you are not using first time. If you are using first time, then make sure to create a new account. Once you log in, make sure to select the project, and over here you will see a bunch of option on the dashboard, okay. If you want to create a new database, over here under the database section you have option to create a new database. Give the database name, we'll say AI viral video generator, and then accounts owner, and simply click create. As soon as you create it, right, you will see the connection string. Copy this connection string and then go back to your application and simply paste it here. How easy it is, right? And that's all you need to do with the Neon PostgreSQL database. With this connection string, it automatically connect your application to this particular database with the help of Drizzle ORM. Now, once you set up this database connection string or database URL, next thing you need to do is to copy this both the lines, and we are going to create a new folder called configs. Inside this, we'll create a db.js file and simply paste this both the lines. Okay, now make sure you need to use this environment variable key over here. Okay, and then save it. Now next step is to create a table. Okay, and in order to create a table, you need to create a schema first. Okay, which help us to use it inside your application, and this schema is nothing but it also create a database or a tables into your database. So let's do one thing. Let's copy this all of the code. Okay, and we'll modify according to our requirements. Now inside this config folder, I'm going to create a schema.js file and simply paste it here. And over here, if you see, we have this user table as a schema name. I will just rename this to as a user table. Then pg table means PostgreSQL table. We are telling, okay, this is the table name. Okay, and these are some of the columns. The id column, which is the unique, and it automatically generate whenever you add new record. The name is of type varchar. It also provides the length and is not null. We don't want age. Instead of that, we can write image is of type varchar, and that's all. Okay, it might be a null, so we'll keep as it is. Then email as well, again it's a not null, and we are mentioning it's a unique. And one more field I'm going to add is called credits. Okay, so is of type varchar, or not varchar, but we can make this integer, and by default we can provide the default value as well. So default value will say 10. It means kind of 10 minutes. Okay, and let me format this and then save it, and that's how your schema is now ready. Now if you scroll down, you also need to set up a drizzle.config.js file. So inside the root directory, we'll create this particular file. Make sure the name is same, and inside that, copy this all of the code, just paste it here. Now you have to make sure, let me close this tab. From this environment variable, we will update this database URL as well. And then we don't want this outfield, so I will remove it. Make sure to provide the schema file route. Okay, so in this case, we'll say configs / schema.js. Okay, because our schema file is inside this config folder, and then save it. Now the last step we need to do is to apply these changes to the database. So in order to do that, just run this command inside your terminal, and it will update or push this all the tables, and boom, if you see, it's saying the changes are applied. Right now, in order to check whether the table is created or not, just go to this Neon, and over here you will see the option called tables. Inside the table, make sure to select the correct database, and here you will see the new table get created called users, and inside that you will see all the columns. Let's id, name, image, email, credits, whatever the column which we created or write inside the schema file, it is just created inside our table. Okay, now there is another way to run this studio or all this particular database tables on your local machine as well. Okay, in order to do that, just go to this npx drizzle kit and run the command called studio. Okay, and click enter. Now it will run the Drizzle Studio on your local machine, and it is exactly similar like Neon only. And if you see all the tables over here, you have option to run SQL query, the Drizzle runner, or you can run the Drizzle query as well. Here you can see the schema file, and inside the user you have option to add a record. Everything you will find on your local studio as well, which is similar like a Neon tables. Okay, so that's how, guys, you can set up a backend for your application. Now once we start developing our application, you will learn how can we insert a record, how to update, how to delete the record, and everything throughout the application. Now in order to secure our application, we are going to add authentication to our app. If you see on this particular workflow, we have the app, and once user come to our application and want to access or want to create any video, first we'll check if user is authenticated or not. If user is already authenticated, obviously we don't need to take any action. But if user is not authenticated, then we'll redirect user to the sign in page. And once user is successful authenticate with the help of different social media provider or email password and everything, which we are going to learn. And once it is successful authenticated, then we are going to save user information to our database. Okay, and then whenever user come to the next time, obviously we will check if user is already there inside our database or not, and depends on that one we will take the action. Okay, and in order to add an authentication to our application, we are going to use a Clerk authentication. Clerk is one of the best authentication service provider, and it provides a lot of different features like multi-factor authentication, session management, magic links, and it has a bunch of different social sign-on option as well. The most important thing, again, it's a free to use, so you don't need to worry about paying anything. Simply, in order to get into the Clerk, make sure to create a new account. Once you create an account and sign in, you will redirect it to the dashboard. And now if you are coming to the first time, it will ask you to create a new account. Otherwise, you have option to create an application from here. You can give application name. Over here we'll say AI viral video generator or builder. You have option to sign in to enable like email, phone number, or username, password. Okay, also you have different bunch of options like Facebook, Apple, GitHub, and there are a lot of others. Now I will make sure to enable email and Google. Okay, and on the right hand side you will see how it actually looks on your screen. You don't need to design anything like that because Clerk is already providing you the component which you can use it, and it automatically show you the component like this. Now click on this create application, and once your application created, you will land on this dashboard page. Here are some of the steps which we need to take it. Now before going forward, make sure to click on the link in the description about the Clerk documentation. That is very important because once you click on that one, you will jump on exact documentation which we require to integrate Clerk with the Next.js. So once you land on this document, right, it is just for the Clerk and Next.js. Now first thing you need to do is to install the Clerk Next.js SDK to your application. So inside the new terminal, I will just run this command. So it will install the Clerk for a Next.js. Then we need to add an API key. Obviously you have option to search the API key from here. Okay, so you can select the AI viral videos and copy these both the keys inside your .env file. I will just paste this and we'll save it. After that we need to add the middleware. Okay, so we'll create a new file called middleware.js inside the root directory. Make sure to change this to JS and simply copy all of this content as it is. Next, if you scroll down a little bit, you need to wrap your application inside this Clerk provider. Okay, so simply copy this Clerk provider inside your layout.js file. So let's go to this layout, which is our root layout. I will just wrap our complete application inside the Clerk provider. So it will help us to protect our complete application. Okay, and then make sure to import this Clerk provider as well and then save it. Next, if you scroll down, obviously you can run your application, but before that we'll create our own custom sign up and sign in page. So click on it, and then you need to create this particular files inside this folder. Okay, so simply the best way that you can do, just copy this all of this path, go back to your application, and over here inside the app folder create a new folder called auth, and I make sure that the folder name will be start with this braces. Okay, so Next.js will not consider it as a route, and it's just for the grouping purpose. Okay, and inside that click on this plus file paste this complete path, make sure to change this to a JSX, and then copy this line of code and paste it here. Okay, same thing you need to do for the sign in page. Copy this, then inside this auth folder I will change this to JSX and then paste this line of code. Then once you added this your own custom sign in and sign up page, we have to tell our middleware file that this sign in and sign up page are the public route. So I will copy this line of code, okay, and this will help us to protect your all the routes. And then once you copy it, go to this middleware.js file, and I will remove this and I will paste this line of code. Now make sure to import this Clerk route middleware, and if you see inside that we are just telling to this Clerk that sign in and sign up are this public route, okay, and it is accessible without any authentication. And after that you need to add these two environment variable inside your .env file, and the last just run your application. Now save everything and go back to your application, and if I refresh this page and boom, if you see it's redirected to a sign in page, right? Even though if I try to access localhost, it will ask you to sign in first before accessing your page, because we did not added the default or the default page inside our middleware as a public one, right? If you add it like this, see now I added the public route, and if I go to this localhost 3000, now you can able to access it because we make this route as a public. But if you want to protect that particular route, then it will ask you to sign in. Okay, now before sign in I will just make sure that this sign in page will be in the center of the screen. It will look good. Obviously you can design on your own, but just a simple way that I'm going to do, I will add a div. Inside that we'll add this sign in component. We'll make this class name flex item to be in the center, justify center, and height to the screen, and then it will be in the center of the screen. Perfect, right? Now you have option. If I click on Google, and then you will find the option, select the account, click continue, and then you will sign in to our application. Now obviously you can do it with the email as well. Now once you sign in, obviously right now it doesn't show anything, but if I go to the home page, it in page.jsx, it has one component called user button, okay, from the Clerk Next.js. If I add this particular component from the Clerk, then you will see this beautiful profile icon, right? And if I click on this one, you will see this beautiful option to manage your account and everything is getting imported or get added by the Clerk. So you don't need to add anything, just this particular one line of code, and then you are good to go. Cool, right? Also, in order to get the user information, let's say you want to get the user detail, right? So with the help of this user hook, right, if you see it is importing from the Clerk Next.js, you will get the user information as well. It has all your email ID, user name, user image URL or profile image URL, and everything. How cool it is, right? Perfect. So that's how guys you can add authentication to your application. Now the next step is very important. Obviously once user is authenticated, the next step is to save user information to our database, because inside our database we already have table called users. So in order to do that, right, first thing we are going to create a new file inside this app folder called provider, okay, .jsx. You can make it JS, doesn't matter, and then we'll add a default template. I will just rename this to a provider. Now the reason that we created this provider, because I want to keep this layout file on the server side, okay, and we'll make this provider on the client side. So in order to change this to a client side, you just need to mark it as a use client, and then inside this we'll render the children, something like this. Okay, now just use this provider. Okay, so I think this need to be inside the app folder. Okay, by mistakenly I created inside the auth, but make sure it is in the inside the app folder. Now inside the layout.js file over here, I will import this provider component, and then I'm going to use or pass these children to this particular provider. Now obviously on the application side you will not see any change. Okay, Just the thing is, we just want to make this provider or this component on the client side. Now over here, we'll get the user detail first. Okay. And obviously once we get the user information, here we'll use the use effect and we'll execute this use effect whenever the user information is available. Okay, because we want to call a new method called check, or we'll say save user info. Okay, so this method we want to call whenever the user information is available. Okay, now in order to save the user information, we are going to write an API on the server side. Now in order to create an API, just go to this app directory and inside that we'll create a new folder called API. Okay, and inside that you can create another folder, we'll say users, we'll say just user, and inside this we'll create a route.js file. Okay, and now this will act like this. For example, in order to call that API, the endpoint will be like this: localhost /API/user, and this will be your API endpoint. Right now here we'll say export async function and we'll make this post request. Now over here we'll simply return next response.json. We'll keep it empty for now. And in order to get the user detail, we'll say await request.json. Okay, obviously when we make a request in the inside the post request inside the body, we are going to pass this user information. Okay, so in order to make an API call to this particular endpoint, we are going to use an Axios HTTP client. Okay, so make sure to install this one using this npm Axios command. So you can either use a fetch or you can use Axios. Axios is much better to write it. Okay, and very simple to use it. So simply you can write like this: await Axios dot post request, because we want to make a post request /API/user, and then we need to pass the body. Okay, so obviously we will pass the user information as it is. Let's make this as async. Perfect, and then save it. Now inside the route we already have the user information which we are getting from the body, and over here first we'll check if user exists in database or not. If not, then insert user data to the database. Okay, so first over here we'll check it. So we'll say constant user result is equal to await database. Obviously here you need to call a DB, so make sure go to this db.js and make sure to export this DB. Okay, obviously this is a result database, so make sure to export this one. So once you have that, here you can say await DB, make sure to import this from the config/db dot select from, and then you need to give the schema name which is user table where, and then you need to add a condition equal to user table dot email matches with the user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, so this user information contain the user email address and you have to access it with this particular path. Okay, now over here we'll say if user result, we can just simply say length is greater than or is equal to 0. Okay, then obviously we're gonna insert the new record into the database. So over here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert, and the table name is user table dot values, and inside the value if you see we have to add the username which you can get with the user dot full name, then the email as user dot, you can just copy this email as it is. something like this. Okay, and it will insert the record to your database. Now inside the returning, you can just get the inserted record information. Okay, and you can just return the response as a result, and here as well you can return like user table. Okay, so either way, if it already exists, then it will return the user information as it is, otherwise it will insert a new record. Let's save this one and let's go back to your application. Go to the inspect panel and inside the console. Okay, before that, make sure inside the provider I will just console over here. Okay, so that we'll get to know whether the user data is inserted or not. Now if I go to this localhost 3000 and refresh this one, right now if you see we got an error. Okay, and if I click on this one, we got an error to this particular API request. Now in order to know what is the error, right, you can just go to this terminal where your application is running, and over here it will say you that equal is not defined. So we use the equal, so this particular thing, right? So make sure to import this and then save it. Now if I refresh this one and boom, inside the data you got the result. Cool, right? Perfect. And if I go to the database over here, if I refresh this one, you will see the ID, name. Obviously we did not save the image, but email and the credits get added to your record. Cool, right? And that's how guys you can save the user information. Now once you have the user information, obviously here you can write the result of 0. Okay, so you'll get the exact result, and in order to access it you can just write result.data. And now if I go to the inspect panel and inside the console, now this time if I refresh it, it will just return me the existing data, because it's already there inside our database, right? So you don't need to insert it again, and that logic is already taking care of it. Now another important thing we need to do is to save this information inside one state so that we can use it throughout the application. Okay, and that is very important. So for that one we are going to use a context, because we cannot just pass this information from one component to other and so on, right? But in order to make it accessible throughout the application, the context is the best option. So simply go to this app folder, and inside that we'll create a context folder, something like this, right? Because we don't want to create this context as a route. Okay, so I keep it underscore context inside that, and here we'll simply add user detail context file. We'll create that file, and over here we'll say export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Okay, once you have the context ready, go to this provider and wrap your application inside that context. So over here we'll say user detail context dot provider. To this provider we need to pass a default value and then wrap your application like this. Now in order to pass the default value, we'll define one state. We'll say user detail is equal to use state. Okay, by default I will pass it as empty, and this particular state obviously which is default one, we're gonna pass to this provider. Okay, now whenever you want to access, you can access it with this state. And over here once we have the data, we'll just simply set the user detail using result dot data. Okay, and save it. Now if I refresh it, obviously what it will do, it will save the user information to our context, and whenever you want to use it, you can directly use it to your application. Obviously later on we will learn how to read that context, okay, or save user information from the context. Now we are going to implement the dashboard screen. On this dashboard screen, we have the sidebar, and also we are going to add an header section as well. On the sidebar at the top, we have the logo, the button in order to create a new video, So obviously on that button click, we are going to show a pop-up message, and from there user have option to select whether he want to create with the help of AI or he want to create completely from the scratch. Then also have the dashboard option, the buy credits option, profile, and the bottom part we are going to show the how many credit use or user usage, right? Obviously it is in the form of minutes. So that's how we are going to do. And at the right, we are going to show the for the header, we have this profile image, okay, where user can also manage the profile from. So this is simple dashboard layout screen, okay, where we have this sidebar and the header. So let's go back to our application, and inside here, inside the public folder, I added this logo.png file, okay. So this is our logo for our application. Next thing, let's go to this app folder, and inside this app folder, we are going to create the dashboard route, okay. Inside this dashboard route, we'll create page.js file, add a default template, and here we'll say dashboard, okay. Now inside the dashboard, we're gonna assign a dedicated layout for the dashboard. So here we'll just simply add a layout.jsx file and add it, or I will just rename this to dashboard layout, okay. I will rename this to jsx. Perfect. Now next thing, we have to make sure we are going to render the children, okay. So all the children which comes inside this dashboard, it gonna render through this dashboard layout, something like this, okay. Now if I go to our application, and if I search for the slash dashboard, you will see it is redirecting to this dashboard page, and the text is showing as a dashboard, okay. Now under this dashboard folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and we'll call it as a underscore components. So all the components which we are going to use for the dashboard will keep inside this folder. Now inside here, we'll create a sidebar.jsx, and also we're going to create header.jsx. Now for both, let's add a default template, and once we add the sidebar inside the layout.jsx file, inside this div, we'll import this sidebar component. Now on this screen, you will see the sidebar is showing, right? Now next thing, let's give a class name. Here we're gonna hide this sidebar when the screen size is smaller, and when the screen size is medium or larger, we can just show it. Also when the screen size is medium, we'll give a width of 64 and then save it, okay. Next thing, inside this sidebar component, let's go to inside here, and here we'll add a class name. We'll give a width of 64, then we'll make a position as a fix and height to the screen. Now you will see something like this, right? Now it's overlapping because we mentioned the sidebar as a fix, right? Now in order to fix this one, let's go to the layout.jsx, and inside this div, for this particular div tag, just simply add margin left 64, okay, when the screen size is medium. And now if you see, it's giving this margin. Now if I decrease the screen size, right, you will see the change. See, right, the sidebar is getting hidden. Perfect. Next, let's go to the sidebar. Let's start implement it. So here we'll give a shadow, let's give medium. Perfect. Then inside here, we need to show the logo. So I will just import this image source, and we'll refer this logo.png file, give alt tag as a logo. In the width, we'll give width of 25 and height of 25. Perfect. I think we can increase the size little bit. So let's make it 35. Okay. After that, I'm gonna also add the text. Here we'll say viral video maker as a text. Now let's bring everything in one line. So I will give flex gap of 2, item to be in the center. For this h2 tag, we'll give a class name. We'll make font medium and text larger. Perfect. Now let's bring this little bit down. Obviously for this particular div we'll add a padding of 5. Perfect, see, and that's how our logo will look like. Okay, we keep this as simple as it is. Next we want to display the list of menu. Okay, so in order to display this menu option, first I will define the menu option in the form of list. Inside here we'll give the name of the menu option, like let's say dashboard, right? Then you can also provide the icon for it. I will provide the icon, let's say grid 2x2 icon, and then we'll also provide a path. So path will be dashboard. Now I will copy this couple of times. Over here we'll say buy credits. For buy credits I will put some coins icon, and if you hover on this one you will see this how it looks like. Over here we'll say buy credits. Then we have the profile. Here I can give, I think, slash dashboard slash profile as a path, and here we'll say user circle. Okay, so these three options I added. Now inside this UL tag we'll just iterate this list of options. So menu option dot map, over here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside here I will add list tag which is li, and inside here we'll say item dot name. Okay, now if I save this one you will see this list of option is getting rendered. Over here we have error that it's saying the key should be there. So for this li tag we'll add a key as an index. Then in order to show the icon you can just add a component tag item dot icon, because over here we'll just import it as a complete component. Okay, and that's how you can use this one. Now over here we'll make it flex gap of 2, item to be in the center, and our icon now is displaying on the screen. Next let's give some padding. So over here we'll add some padding, let's say padding of 3, and now if I go back this option will look like this. Okay, for this UL tag let's add a class name. We'll add margin top to 10, and then we'll give a padding to 3. I'm not sure whether do we need padding. I think just remove this padding because we already have the padding for it. Then for the li tag we'll give margin top to 2, and now on hover we want to change the color of the background. So we'll say background slate 200. Also we'll make rounded large, and the default color I will change this to text gray 500. Okay, now on hover I also want to make sure the text will be in the black color, and now if I hover on this one, see it's changed the color of the background and the text as well. Also let's make this cursor pointer, so whenever you hover on this item the pointer will change. See, perfect, right? If you want to change the font size you can also update the font size as well, but for now I will keep as it is. Next we want to define the how many credit user use. So for that one I'm going to define a div tag. Inside the div tag let's add a h2 tag, and here we'll say total usage. For this div we'll add a class name, and we'll add a padding of 3. We'll also add a border. We'll make a rounded a large, and we'll keep as it is. Let's save this one, and this is total usage will look like pretty good. Next we'll say text small, font bold. Okay, perfect. Now we want this total usage at the bottom of the screen, right? So in order to make this one for this particular div you can just make this as an absolute and give bottom to 10. So something like this, right? Now obviously you need to provide a specific width for it because you make the position as absolute. So here I will make the width as 85%. Okay, and so it will fill this complete area. Now below that we want to show a progress bar, and now in order to add a progress bar just go to the Chatcn, search for a component called progress, and here this is how it will look like. You just need to provide the value and then it will automatically fill that particular progress. In order to use it, first you need to install this npm, install this component using this npm command. And once it is installed, and now it's ready, so you can directly use over here. So we'll say progress, make sure to import that and then save it. And if I go back to our application, here you will see the progress bar, right? Now over here you can also provide the value. Let's say you provide the value as 30, and obviously progress bar has a value from 1 to 100. Okay, now if you see, if you provide the 30, this much is filled out. Over here, let me make it flex column, and we'll do gap of 2. Okay, so some space, and just below to this one I'm going to add h2 tag, and here we'll say 3 minute remaining, or we can 3 minute usage, use out of 10 minute. Okay, because we are giving the credit as in the form of minutes. Okay, and if you see this text, right, obviously for this one, right, I will just give this font to this h2 tag and not to the complete div. Over here we'll add a class name, we'll make text extra smaller, and text is of gray color of 500, something like this, see. Okay, and that's how it will display it on the screen. Now another important thing we want to do the actual, or we want to show actual minute remaining, right? So simply, in order to get it, we already have the context, and in that context we already have the credit, which we are fetching from the database, right? So inside the database we have this credit column, and simply if you want to use it, right, first let's make this component as a client side. Okay, and then in order to use that context, you can just use it using user detail comma set user detail. Now here you need to make sure whenever you use this context state, it will be inside the curly braces, and then you have to write use context. Okay, and then you need to provide the context name. So in this case is user detail context, and now in this user detail you have the information. Now simply let's say so over here, obviously in order to calculate the value, right, you just need to get the total usage, the credit first, so that you can get it from the user detail dot credits. Okay, obviously inside the user detail credit, it will just display how many credits left, right, and into 10, because 10 is the default value, or which is the maximum minute which we are giving as a free trial, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see it's completely filled, because we have this 10 minutes or all the usage over there. And over here I will just simply the logic like user detail dot credits minus, or 10 minus, or not 10 but yeah, 10 minus user credits. So obviously in this case it's saying 0 minute use out of 10 minutes, right? There is spelling mistake, 0 minute use out of 10 minutes. That's pretty cool, right? So obviously this user detail context has that information, and because of that we can able to display the actual credit information. Okay, so guys, that's how you can define this credit use and everything. And then we have this beautiful section as well. Now next we're gonna display the header as well, but before that we have to make sure whenever user on the dashboard, for example in this case, right, this dashboard is highlighted on this menu option or sidebar, right? So in order to do that, first we need to get the current path, right? And in order to get the path information, you can get it using use path name. And if I want to console this one, let me show you what we are getting inside the path, right? Now if I go back over here inside the inspect panel, inside the console, you will see inside this sidebar on line 30, the path is nothing but this particular value, right? Now depends on this value, we can just set the background color, right? It means we are setting the conditional styling. So in order to add a conditional styling, just wrap this class name inside the curly braces and this particular tag, remove this single quote, and then in a dollar sign you need to write a condition. So over here we'll say if path is equal to item dot path, okay, then we can say background to be primary and text to be white, and that's all. And boom, if you see, now this dashboard is showing as a active one, right? And if I go to this buy credits, obviously right now we don't have that particular page, but once user click on this one, then buy credit will show the active button icon. Also over here for this li tag, okay, I will just wrap this inside this link tag, okay, and we have hrefs and just use item dot path in order to navigate it, right? So once user click on that one, it will navigate to that respective route. So this need to be inside this, and if I click on this buy credits, okay, so over here we have error that key property need to be there. So this key property I will just attach to this li tag, the link tag, and if I click on this buy credit, you will see it jump to this buy credit route. But right now obviously we don't have the page, that's why it's showing the 404 error. But once we have the page, then it will show the correct, or it will redirect it to the correct screen. Now also in order to implement the header, it's also straightforward. First make sure to import this header inside your layout.js file. So over here I will add the header, okay, and I will also wrap this children inside this div tag, okay. Now let's go to this header, and simply I'm going to use this user button component from the Clerk in order to display the profile icon, something like this, and we want this profile icon on the right hand side. So over here we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, we'll make justify between, or let's make it flex, and we'll give padding of 4, we'll add a shadow medium, and let's see how it looks. I think that's look good. If you want to add an icon, you can just add that icon as well. Here the image icon I will just copy from here, something like this, right, and make sure to import that. Let's save it, and now if you see we have this icon. Now let's move this on the right hand side. So in order to do it, make it flex, make it justify between, and that's all. See, okay, but I don't think this is a good idea, so I will remove this image and I will just add it justify in. Still it will be on the right hand side, and that's how our simple header will be look like. Now we are going to add a new button called create new, and on the click of that button we are going to open a dialog. On that one we are giving option to the user where user can create a video with the help of AI, or user can create a video with the help of, or he can create from the scratch. And obviously once user click on that one, obviously we are going to redirect user to the respective route, okay. This particular layout also we're gonna add it on the dashboard screen once user come very first time. If user don't have any video created on the dashboard page, then we are giving, or we are showing this option as well, okay. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab first, and inside this component folder on the dashboard, under this dashboard folder, we are going to add a new component called create button.jsx. Now let's add a default template and save it. Now this create button we're gonna add to this sidebar, okay, just below or just above this menu option. So over here I will add create button and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the text create button is showing on the screen. Now over here, as I say, we want to open a dialog on the button click. So for that one, let's go to the chat CN, and over here we have this dialog component. So if you see, we have this button, and if I click on this one, it will opening this beautiful dialog, right? So same thing we want So just copy this npm command, make sure to install the dialog first, and once it is installed, let's copy this import statement and then paste it here. Also just copy this all the dialog and I am gonna paste inside this div. Let's format everything and save it. Now if you see this open trigger, right? Now if I go back to our application, you will see this text. If I click on this, you will see this beautiful dialog, right? But instead of this text, we want a button, and this is nothing but the dialog trigger, which trigger the dialog in order to open it, right? Over here I will add a button, and inside that we'll say plus create new video, right? And now if you see, the text called create new video is showing on the screen. Perfect, right? Over here you can add a class name, and we'll simply add a full width. And also make sure to change this to as child, and then you will see the button showing on the screen. Now if you think that color of the button we need to change, you can just change that one. Let's say you can give a background of white, oh sorry, I will give black background, and that's look good to me. See, okay. Now obviously on a hover it's showing blue, but you can change it if you want. Now on the click of this one, you will see the dialog is open. Dialog is opening, right? So that's cool. Now obviously we want to update this dialog and everything. So first thing, let's update the title. Over here I will update it with the let's create a new video. Okay, and for that title let's add a font. So we'll update the font for this particular style. Over here I will say first we'll add in text center, font to Excel, and save it. Oh, text to Excel, my bad. Perfect. And then we want to add two new options. So over here I will remove this, and inside that I will add a div. We'll add two more div, and in first div let's add an image, then source, and for that one I already have the image called magic one, right? Something like this. So I will use that one .png file. Let's give alt tag. We'll say magic one. We'll give a width of 40, height of 40, and let's see whether it's displaying on the screen. And if you see this beautiful image, below that we're gonna show the text, and we'll simply say generate with AI, right? And we'll add a border and everything. So for this particular div we'll add a border, we'll make rounded large, and then we'll add not shadow but we'll see. Okay, let's add padding to 4. I think that's much better, right? Obviously I will copy this and I will paste it. Oh, let's copy only complete div, and I will replace with this div. Only thing that we want to change is this particular image, and I have this video editing.png file, and here we'll say create from scratch. Perfect, right? Now let's bring both the things in one line. So for this level we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, then we'll give a gap of 5 and save it, something like this, right? But let's bring it in the center of the screen. So simply I'm gonna add item to be in the center and justify in center. Perfect, right? If you want to give a width, full width, you can also give that one. Over here I will add a margin top to 5, and for this one let's give a width full, and over here as well as a width full. Perfect. And now we have this beautiful two option. Okay, now whenever we hover on this one, we'll change the cursor pointer, and also on hover we want to change a background little bit gray. Same thing, I'm going to copy it for this another div as well. For this h2 tag, we'll add a class name and we'll just change this text to large. I think this is much better now, right? I think by mistakenly I added to this particular div. We have to add the inside div, and over here as well, let's add a class name with a text large. Okay, and that's how our dialog is ready. Now obviously this dialog will define, okay, which kind of video you want to make, right? Whether you want to generate with the AI or you want to generate with this or you want to create it from the scratch. And on the click of this, we want to navigate it. So simply, in order to navigate, right, we can use the link tag. Okay, and to this link tag we can add hrefs. Now obviously we don't have the route yet, but we can create new route called create. In a string we need to pass slash create AI video. Okay, and over here we'll pass editor only. Okay, slash editor, make sure it's a slash editor, and we'll pass it here like this. Perfect, and then save it. And now if I click on this one, you will see it jumped to this editor. Obviously we don't have the page, but if I click on this one, it's jumped to this create AI video. Okay, perfect. So that's how guys you can navigate it on the click of these options. Now next we're gonna implement this editor part where we're gonna add all the option which user need to create a video from the scratch. Now before that, as I say in the beginning, that we also want to add this layout to the dashboard page. So let's go to the dashboard in page.jsx file. Currently it's just showing the text, right? So over here, first thing, let's go add a padding to 10, and after that we can add h2 tag. We'll say dashboard, or you can say workspace, it's up to you. Over here we'll add a class name, we'll add a text to Excel, font bold, and save it. Perfect. And just below that we can just copy everything which is inside this dialog description, so this complete div, and then we'll paste it here. We'll format this and then make sure to import this link tag, and also make sure to import this image tag and save it. And now you will see this beautiful option. Obviously here I think we need to add a text as well. So over here let's add a div, and inside this div we'll add a h2 tag. We'll say let's create your first video. Okay, and we'll add some font bold, text to Excel, text to be in the center, and for this div we'll add a class name padding of 5. You can add a rounded large with a border and save it. Perfect. Let's give margin top to 10 and we'll give background gray to 100. Okay, I think let's remove this background, that's not look good. Perfect. And that's how it will show this particular option only when the user don't have any video, right? So for that one we need to define constant video list comma set video list is equal to use state, and initially it will be empty, right? Now you are using the React hook, so make sure this page is on the client side. Okay, and simply over here you can add a condition. So for this complete div you can only show when the video list dot length is equal to 0. Okay, for now I will add an operation over here and then save this one. So right now if you see we don't have any video list, and that's the reason it's showing this particular section. Now once user click on create from scratch, we are going to redirect user to this editor screen. So obviously this is a new route. On this particular screen user have option to create a new video by adding a new frames to this video. Also, user can select the aspect ratio. Not only that, but obviously inside this video editing control panel, we are going all the options like selecting the font style, selecting the font size, color, background, and lot of other things. But first we're gonna implement the frame list option, where user have option to add a new frame, and over here we're gonna give button to add new frames, or new, we can say, track. Okay, so once user click on it, it will automatically get added to the track, and depends on that one, the content will automatically updated on into this video player as well. Okay, but first thing, let's implement this particular part. And obviously on this editor screen, if you see the layout, it is divided into three different columns. One is for this track, one is for the video player, and one is for this controller section. Okay, so let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab, and we're going to create a new route inside the app folder, and we can call it as a editor. Inside the editor, we'll create a new file called page.jsx, add a default template, and we'll rename this to editor, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh this once, and if I click on this particular option, if you see, it jumped to this editor page, and now we are not getting any 404 error as well. Let's go to this editor, and on editor we want the header, so I will add the header. And if you see, now we have this beautiful header section. After this, we'll add a div tag. Inside the div, we'll add a class name. We'll add a padding of 10. When the screen size is medium, we'll give padding X to 24, and when it's large, we'll give padding X to 32. Okay, and then save it. Now inside this div, we'll add an h2 tag. We'll say edit video. Over here we'll give class name, we'll make font bold, text is of 2XL, and this is how it will look like. Perfect. Next, after this, we want to add a div, and we want to make a 3 columns, okay, as per the mockups. So inside here, first we'll add a 3 div. Okay, one is for the track list, then another is for the video player, where you can preview your video, and the last we want to add for the control section. Okay, now on this edit video, right here we're gonna give option to export the video as well. Okay, so let me bring this in one div, so I can just put this h2 tag in div, and over here I will add a button to export. Okay, if you see, now obviously we want this export on the right hand side, so for this div I will make it class name, and we make justify center item to be in the center. Okay, so justify between need to be there. Perfect. Okay, next, obviously this 3 column we need to divide in a, sorry, this 3 section we need to divide in a column as per this markup. So simply for this particular div, I will change this to a grid format, and I'm going to give a grid column 6. Okay, now out of this 6 column, I'm going to assign 3 columns to this video player. So here we'll make grid column 3, then 2 column for this control section. So this need to, in order to assign 3 column, we need to add a column span 3, and over here as well we'll add column span 2, because we are assigning 2 column. So it means 3 plus 2 is 5, and the remaining one will assign to the track list. And if you see this section, perfect, right? Next, let's give some gap. So I will add a gap of 7. Also I'm going to give some margin top to 7, and this is how it will look like. Perfect. Now if you want to know much better, you can add a border, and then you can remove it, but for now I will keep as it is. And then let's implement the track list first. Now in order to add a track list, we are going to create a new component under this editor folder, and we can call it as a components. And inside this component folder, what are the components we are going to create for the editor, we want to keep inside this folder. Now in this case, we want a track list.jsx file. Let's add a default template. And now this track list I'm going to add in this div. And if you see, now we have this track list text showing on the screen. Perfect. Now let's go to this track list and let's start implementing it. So first thing, I'm going to give some padding. So over here, we'll add a class name. We'll give padding to 5. Also, I'm going to give a background color, background gray color, and we'll make rounded large and then save it. Perfect, right? Over here, I'm going to define the default track list when user come first time, right? We want to add at least one frame over there inside the track. Okay. Now track list is nothing but the collection of the frames we can call. Okay. So over here we'll say track list comma set track list is equal to use state. Over here, I think we can call it as a frame list. Okay. So that will be little bit meaningful. Okay. So I will just rename this to a frame list. Okay. So this need to be a set frame list. And by default, we want to add a frame list as well. So over here, I am going to create a default frame option. Okay. Now this default frame option, currently I am adding whatever the field I'm adding inside the default frame will be the basic one, but later on we're gonna change it. So over here, first I'm gonna add an image. So we'll add a default image. So inside the public folder, I already have the icon called footage, but if user upload his own image, then obviously we're gonna show. But if a user is adding the new frame, right, then we're gonna show this footage.png as a default image. Then we're gonna add text. So over here we'll say hello world for now. Then the text color you can add. So this need to be a text color. Let's add it as a black for now. Then we'll add a font size to 20. The duration, obviously this duration will be in the second. Okay. So if we have the 2 seconds, then obviously we need to multiply with the frames. Okay. If it's a 30-second or whatever, right? But we'll do it later on. And this is the default value. I'm going to keep it for now. Now next, this default frame we need to set to this frame list, okay, in the form of list of objects. So over here I will add as a default frame, and that's all. Okay. Now next we just need to iterate this all the frame list. So over here I will add a div, and inside that we'll say frame list dot map. Over here we'll say frame comma index and the arrow function. Over here we'll add a div. Inside this div we'll add an image, the source tag, and over here we'll say alt tag. For now I will just add index, and inside the image we'll say frame dot image. Okay. Over here we'll give a width, let's say width of 30, let's make it 40, and height to 40. Now if I go back to our application, okay, we got an error called use state. We use it on the server side. So let's make this component on the client side by just defining use client. Okay, and now if you see, we have this beautiful text. Now this error is showing that you need to add a key prop. So for this particular div, we'll add a key as an index. Okay, and if I go back, now we are good over here. Now after this, we are also going to show the text. So over here we'll simply say frame dot text. Okay, now for this text I'm going to add a class name, and we'll make text is extra smaller, something like this. See, also I'm going to clamp it to 2 lines only and save this one. Now let's bring everything in one line. So not one line, but in a center of the screen. So over here we'll add a column flex column, and then item to be in the center. So it will be in the center of the screen. After that we'll give margin top to 1. For this image, okay, I'm going to add a class name. Over here we'll say width full, and along with that we'll give height to 40 pixel, but let's make sure to give the object as a content. and will make rounded corner to large. Now once user upload the image, it will be little different. Next, once we have this one, obviously we're gonna add a border to the bottom. So for this div, we'll add a border to bottom only. Okay, and we'll also give padding bottom to 2. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. And now if you see, we have this beautiful border. Now below that, we are going to add the button in order to add a new frame. So over here, we'll add a button. Here we'll say add new frame. See, something like this. Obviously we'll make the button size little smaller, and also we'll give a class name. We'll add a margin top to 5. Perfect. Over here we'll say width full, so it will be in the full width. And when you click on this one, we have to make sure we'll add a new frame to the list. So for that one, we'll create a new method called constant add new frame. And over here, in order to add a new frame, we'll say set frame list, which is equal to the previous value we need to add first. So I will add the spread operator with the previous value with the default frame. Okay, so whenever user add a new frame, we're gonna add the default frame with these particular fields. Okay, now this add new frame method we're gonna connect on a click of this button. Okay, now if I add a new frame, if you see, it's getting added. Cool, right? Also for this div, we're gonna give some margin top to, let's say, 3, and then save it. Oh, I don't think so it's saved. Oh, so margin top to 3. Perfect. Now whenever user select any of this particular frame, we have to make sure we're gonna show the highlighted frames option. So we need to first maintain a state called constant selected frame comma set selected frame is equal to use state, and by default I'm going to show it as a 0. Now in order to add a conditional styling, let's wrap this class name in a curly braces with this code. Then over here we're gonna write a conditional where we can say a selected frame is equal to current index. Then we can simply add a background as a white. Okay, now if you see, the background is showing as a white. Obviously over here I will make this rounded corner to large, and also I think we can give more padding. So let's add padding to 2. I think this is much better. Now if I add more components, say, and if I select any of this, it's not working because we did not add onClick method on this div in order to set the selected frame. So simply over here we'll add onClick method, and to this onClick method we'll set the selected frame with the index value. See, now I can able to select any of this one, and it's showing the which one you selected. Also we need to make this cursor, we need to add a cursor pointer, so whenever we hover, you will see it change the cursor. Perfect. Now we also want to give option to remove any particular frame, right? So in order to implement that, just below to this s2 tag, I'm going to add a trash icon from the Lucid React, and if you see, this trash icon get added over here, right? Let's resize this little bit. So over here we'll add a class name, we'll give margin top to 1, we'll also give height to 3, width to 3, and then we'll make text red color, something like this. See, okay, but we only want to show this trash icon whenever user select the particular frame. So simply we can add this condition, right? So over here I will just copy this condition like this, and let's wrap in curly braces. And now if you see, whatever frame I selected, right, that only that frame has this trash icon. Now once user click on this trash icon, we need to make sure that this particular frame will get deleted. So in order to do that, let's add a constant. Here we'll say remove frame, and over here we'll accept index to remove option, okay, or remove field. Now on the click of this trash icon, let's bring this down a little bit. Over here we'll add on click method, and we can call remove frame, and then we will pass the index value. Okay, obviously whatever the index value, whatever the frame on the given index we want to remove, that index we are passing to this particular method. And over here we'll gonna simply call constant updated frame list is equal to, here we can say frame list dot filter, and inside that we have the some value and the index. Okay, and here we can say if index is not equal to index to remove. Okay, and then we'll simply set this updated frame list to our frame list state and save it. Let's test this out. Let's say you want to remove this one, and if I click delete, see, it's removed. How cool, right? So that's how you can do that. Now if I click on this add new frame, a lot of time you see you need to scroll this, and all the screen it's scrolling, and we don't want that one. So in order to fix this, right, you can simply go to this particular div, and for this div we can add a class name. Here we can add a height to 80 pixel, but over here you can also add the overflow scroll so that you can able to scroll it. And now if I go over here, let me refresh this one. Okay, so this need to be a vertical height, not a pixel, so 80 vertical height. Okay, now if I add a multiple one, see, right, now it's giving me this scroll bar, and now I can able to scroll it, right? If you think you can just decrease more, let's say 75 vertical height, and now you can able to scroll completely. But if you want to hide this scroll bar, you can also do that, right? The search on the Google Tailwind CSS hide scroll bar npm, and you will see this npm library in order to hide the scroll bar using the Tailwind CSS. Tailwind CSS library don't have inbuilt hiding the scroll bar functionality. So for that one, you need to use this particular library. So just copy this npm, paste it here, and then next step you need to do, if you scroll down a little bit, you need to add this plugin inside your tailwind.config.js file. So simply open tailwind.config.js file. If you scroll down inside the plugin, just paste this line of code. Okay, and once you are done with this one, you can just use this class name called scroll bar hide. Now over here, if I say scroll bar hide and go back to our application and refresh this once, now let me add more fields over here. See, now I don't have the scroll bar, but still I can able to scroll it. Cool, right? So that's how, guys, you can add the frames and you can add the scroll bar functionality as well. Now let's move to the most interesting part, which is displaying the video player. And whatever the frames we added, all the frame content we need to display it inside the video, right? Obviously later on we're gonna add all the different functionality like updating the text, adding an image, editing the text, and lot of other things. But for now, let's add the frame content whatever we added into our video player. Now let's consider we have these 4 frames, okay, and each frame has a different duration, right? Now for example, this frame 1 has 2 seconds, this frame 2 has 3 seconds, and so on. And all the total of this particular frame is nothing but the complete video length. So in this case, the video length is of 14 seconds, right? And each of the video has a different start time. If you see, the start time is different because after completing this particular frame, this frame will start, and so on. And the duration obviously we already mentioned. So for that particular duration, this frame will displaying on the video screen. Now before that, let's add a video player, and for that one we are going to use a Remotion. Remotion is a library or package where you can add or create a video with the help of React. So it's very popular library, and in one of my last video I already created a video on this one, that how to create a short video or with the help of AI, and in that one I use Remotion. Now in this particular project as well we are going to use Remotion. Okay, so first thing, let's go to this remotion.dev. The most important thing I want to tell you that is completely free of charge. Okay, now once you want go to this one, let's go to this document section and go to this installation part. After that, if you scroll down little bit, right, and this is how you can create a new project directly with the Remotion with a predefined files and everything. But we already have the project exist, right? So you're gonna click on this option called installation in existing project. Then later on, first thing we need to do is to install this Remotion. So I will copy this all the npm command, go to your terminal and simply install the Remotion, and it also install the Remotion CLI. I'm going to tell you what is the Remotion CLI later on in this particular video, but make sure to install this first. Now once it is installed, let's go back to our application, and now we need to create some of the folders and file. First thing, we need to create a Remotion folder, okay, with the name Remotion. So let's go back to our folder, and inside the root directory I'm going to create a folder name with the Remotion. Okay, now all the basic or a heart of the Remotion file we want to keep in that folder. Now obviously here if you see they created the composition.tsx file. In a moment I'm going to tell you what is this, but let's create a new file called remotion.jsx. Over here we'll add this simple line of code and we'll paste it here. After this we're going to add this root file. Okay, so let's create a root.jsx file and let's add this line of code. So inside here we'll create a root.jsx and we'll paste this line of code. Now this is nothing but the composition which is defined and which attached with this my composition. Okay, let me remove this one, and it also provides the duration in frame, fps, width and height as well. And the last we need to add this index, which is very important file, okay, which actually register your Remotion player. So over here I will .jsx and we'll paste this line of code and then save it. So over here we just need to add JSX. Okay, and once you add this one, if you see the Remotion Studio is open on your window. How cool, right? Now obviously this is the player where you can always take a reference while you're developing your project. Okay, obviously in the meantime also we're gonna use that one. Now composition is nothing but what you are displaying on the screen, right? Let's say in this one it has a one field called absolute fill, okay, which is nothing but the blank screen, and inside that we'll say hello world project. Okay, and now if I go back you will see the text hello world, and this is nothing but your absolute fill section. Okay, now obviously you can provide all the CSS styling, like you can add background color, font, all of these things similar like HTML CSS. Index is nothing but the main file, and root is nothing but where your composition get load. Now this is your my composition and it is getting loaded inside to your index.jsx file along with this duration, width, height and all of this information. Now obviously we don't want to use this studio for now, okay, but as I say you can always take a reference of it. But rather than that we are going to use the where is player, the Remotion player. Okay, so over here you can just search for this section called player, and if I go to this player you will go to this example that how it used, and if you see in the player they also provide similar like a composition. So in order to add this player, go to this our editor components, and here we'll create a new file and we can call it as a Remotion player.jsx. Add a default template over here and then save it, and inside that I'm going to add this player component. Okay, so simply inside this div we'll add another div and we'll paste this player component. Now make sure to import this player component first. So this player component can be installed from this Remotion player. And if you see in the component, right, you can provide my composition component, which is inside this Remotion folder, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, obviously we need to import this video player inside the page.js file. So inside the editor we have this page.js, and under this div section now we can add our Remotion player component. Okay, now if I go back and refresh the screen once, okay, so we have the error, is saying React create context is undefined. Okay, so we need to mention it as a client's use client. And now if I go back, if you see the text hello world is showing, and this is nothing but our player. Okay, because in my composition we only have the text hello world. But just ignore this composition and let's create our own composition. So under this component we'll create a new composition called Remotion composition.jsx, add a default template, and now this particular Remotion composition we are going to render over here, so we can call Remotion composition. Okay, now inside this Remotion composition I will use absolute fill first, right, and inside that let's add a text called hello world. Okay, now to this absolute fill you can add a style, and over here I'm going to add a background color of black, and for this text I'm gonna call text. Oh, so over here you can give style as color to white. Okay, and save it. And now if you see we have this player over here. Obviously it's quite big, right? That's because in the Remotion player if you see the composition width is quite big, right? So that you can update this one. So let's say you want to update to 470 by 280, and let's see how it looks. I think that's pretty good. Here you can change this to 500 to 300. I think that's pretty good, right? Let me increase a little bit. I can keep it like this only. Okay, and now if you see, this is how your player will look like, right? Now you can enable the controller, so just add a controllers. Okay, and here now you have your own controller, right, with the 4-second video. The 4-second video is calculated with the FPS and the duration of frame, right? So 13 into 4, which is nothing but the 120, and the total duration of the player will be the 120, and that's why it's showing the 4-second. Okay, and save it. So this is how your video will look like. Obviously you can apply your own styling to this one. If you want to make a border radius to, let's say, 6, you can add that one, and now you have this beautiful border to your player. Now next thing we want to do is to add an option to change the size of this particular player. Okay, so for example, if you are making for the YouTube video, you want this 16 by 9 size. If you are doing for the Instagram video or the short, you want a 9 by 16, and if you want a square size, it should be a 1 by 1, right? So that option we need to add now. So for that one I'm going to add a control section over here just below to this particular div, and over here we can add a icon called full screen, something like this. See, let's give a class name with the margin top to 5, and over here I want to add a drop down. So in order to add a drop down, we'll use a Shatsian library called select, and if you see, this is the drop down will look like. Obviously in order to use it, first install this drop down. So over here inside the new terminal I will install it, and once it is installed you can directly import this statements, and then let's copy this use case as well, something like this, right? Let's format this first, and over here we're gonna add some value. So let's say by default user has the 16 by 9. Then over here I will add 1 by 1, then 16 by 9, and then 9 by 16, right? Now inside the value is little bit different, right? So first let's define one state called constant, and inside that we'll give a screen size, comma set screen size is equal to use state. Now inside the screen size it has a two important field. One is the width, okay? So let's say the width will be the 500 and height will be the 300. Okay, now this will be the default screen size, and now this screen size we're going to pass to this composition width. So simply we're going to say screen size dot width, and over here we'll say screen size dot height. And if I go back to our application, you will see the screen size still remains same, right? Now it has this drop down. See, obviously first let's bring this in one line, and then for this value we're gonna add the value something like this. So over here I will say JSON dot stringify, and inside here I'm gonna add a width of let's say 400, height of 400, okay, for the 1 by 1. I will just copy this over here and over here as well, and for this one we'll add 500 by 300, and over here we'll say 300 by 500. Okay, the reason I make this stringify because when you select any of this value, we have to make sure the selected value will be there, means this particular value need to be there, right? Now over here for this select, you can set on value change, it will return the value, and then we'll set the screen size just by parsing the value, because this value in the string format we need to parse it and save it. Now if I change this to 16 by 9, okay, let's say 1 by 1, see it's changed to 1 by 1. If I change to 9 by 16, it's changed to 9 by 16. If I change back to the 16 by 9, it's changed to 16 by 9. How cool, right? Now let's put this player in the center of screen. So let's go back over here. For this particular div, we'll add a flex items to be in the center and justify in the center, and I think it is in the center of the screen. So next, once we have the screen size, right, we need to calculate the duration depends on the number of frame user added, right? So for example, user added this 4 frame, which is of the each of the frame is of 2 seconds. Then we have to make sure the length of this video player will be the sum of this all the duration for the frame, which means in this case is 8 seconds, right? So let's add that one. So for in order to get the list of all of this information, right, we need to save this, or we need to share this track list with the Remotion player, right? And obviously we can pass it from the one component to other, but instead of that one we can use the context. So let's go to this context, and over here we'll add a new context called video frame context.jsx. Now over here we'll say export constant video frame context is equal to create context. And now let's wrap your application. So inside this provider, just before this children, I will wrap it like this. So video frame context dot provider. Now obviously we need to provide the default value. And let's define the default value. So we'll define one state. So over here we'll say video frame set video frames, okay, and let's use this as our default context state. Perfect. Now let's go back to the track list component, and over here we need to use it. So use curly braces, and we'll use context. Over here we'll say video frame context, okay. Now the reason that we use over here, because we need to set the frame list. So whenever the frame list changes, right, we need to calculate the total duration. So I will just simply use use effect, and this use effect will execute whenever the frame list get changed. Now in this case, I will say let's add a let total duration is equal to 0, right? And I'm going to use a frame list dot for each frame, okay? And inside that we'll calculate total duration is equal to total duration plus frame dot duration. Okay, I'm just adding it together, and then over here we'll say set video frames, which is our context. Inside that we'll say total duration, and in that one we're going to pass a total duration value. Also we're going to pass a frame list as a frame list. Okay, so these two fields which we pass, it has the total duration and the list of the frames, and then save it. Obviously this video frames is nothing but our context. Okay, remember this one. Now once we have this information, let's go to this video frame context, or not video frame, but let's go to this Remotion player and use this total duration in order to pass to this player. So over here I'm gonna define this video frames context first using this use context. Over here we'll say use frame context, and now from this video frames we can just display the total duration. Now make sure this duration will be is need to be a number. Okay, so over here we'll say video frames dot total duration, and we need to multiply it by number of frame per second, which is FPS. Okay, frame per second, so that we need to multiply it. So for example the total duration is 10 seconds, then obviously in order to convert or pass it to this player, we need to pass using this 10 into 13. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. Now if I refresh the screen currently, okay, so over here is saying it need to be integer, got none. Let's save it. Okay, so over here we need to add a condition. If the video frames is there, then only show the player. Now inside the Remotion player, along with this video frame, let's also add a total duration. If the total duration is available, then only show the player. And now if you see, it's showing 2 seconds. If I add a new frame, you will see the second change immediately. Perfect, right? And now I can able to play the video until this particular value. How cool, right? Perfect. Now the next thing we need to do is to display the content of this particular frame. So in this case, obviously there is a hello world, but we can display the index in order to just test whether it's working or not. So let's go to this Remotion player, okay, and let's go to this composition. Now inside this composition, right, we have this absolute fill, and now if you want to show each frame one by one, right, we need to add a sequence of the absolute fill. So over here we're gonna add the first, obviously we need to iterate this Remotion what we call the video frames. So either you have two options, either you can pass this list to this player. So over here it has a method called input props, and to this input props you can pass video frames. We can say pass the frame list as video frames dot frame list. Okay, because we have the video subframe list information. Now if I go to this Remotion composition, let's accept it here as a prop, as a frame list. Now simply iterate this frame list over here. So over here we'll say frame list dot map. Now it has frame comma index and the arrow function. Now obviously here in return we're going to display the sequence. Okay, so it has a sequence, and inside the sequence let's display the index value, right, and save it. Now if I go back to our application and let me refresh the screen, now we have the error that okay, key props need to be defined. So over here we'll add a key as an index, And right now obviously nothing is displaying on the screen because this text is of type black color. So let's change this text color to white. Okay, and now if you see, it's showing the number, but all the numbers is on the top of each other, right? Because for the sequence we need to provide the start time and end time, as I told you in the beginning, right? We need to define the start time and the how much duration we want to spend. Now obviously this documentation, this all the information you will find on the Remotion doc. So simply go to this design video, and over here you will find the option called layers. Okay, now this absolute fill is very helpful when you want to display the content one after other, right, on the top of each other. So that's why this absolute fill is useful. And in order to display the list of frames, okay, one by one, then you have to use sequence. And for this sequence you need to provide the duration and when it start. It means the from field and the duration in the frame. So in order to implement it, right, you need to calculate first the from frame and the duration. So over here we can say constant from frame is equal to, if index is equal to 0, then it will start with the 0 only, otherwise it will start with the track frame. Okay, now obviously we will define the track frame over here. So we'll define let track frame is equal to 0, and then over here we'll say if track frame, for each iteration we'll say track frame plus frame dot duration into 30. Okay, now obviously this frame duration we already have, and we are multiplying it by 30 because it will convert it into a seconds for the given Remotion player, and track frame which help us to start with that particular position. And for this sequence, as I say in the beginning, we need to provide the from. In this case, from will be the from frame, and the duration, the duration in frame will be the, or we can define the constant duration is equal to duration, we can say frame dot duration into 13. Okay, so this duration we can use over here. Perfect, and then save it, and now test this out. So over here if you see, currently I have 4 frame and the total video length is 8 seconds, currently showing 0. As soon as I go after 2 seconds, right, it touches to 1, say, or it's showing 1 as an index, because right now obviously we are just showing the index, and now we have 3, and then we have, that's all, because we have 0 1 2 3, and each of these number is showing on the screen depends on the frame. If I added more frame, you will see more index value displaying on the screen, right? Now obviously instead of index we want to show actual text. So over here we'll add absolute field first, and inside that we're gonna show actual text. So over here we'll display frame dot text, right? Obviously I'm going to it's all a hello world because we only have the hello world text by default, right? We don't have anything other than that one, that's why it's showing hello world everywhere. And if I, even though if I change this size, you will see automatically it will take the layout of that particular player. How cool. Okay, so that's how guys you can add these frames and display the information and calculate the video length depends on your number of frames. Now, whenever we added a new frame to our application, right? And if I select any of this frame, we need to make sure it should jump to that particular time, right? Because so that we can update the text, or we can add some styling to that particular text or in the background. So you don't need to move it from manually. So whenever I click on this one, we have to make sure you take jump to that particular position. Also we are gonna bring this text in the center of the screen. Okay, so let's go back to our application and go to this Remotion player. Inside this Remotion player, First we'll define the reference. So here we'll define constant player reference is equal to use reference. Make sure this hook you are importing from the React, and by default I will push it as a null. And if I scroll to this player, right, make sure this you will attach this reference. So over here we'll say reference to player reference. Okay, perfect. Now whenever users select the particular frame, we need to update it. So for that one I will define the use effect, and inside this use effect I will make sure I will get this video frames dot selected frame, because this is the text. If I go to this track list over here, yeah, so I think we are not passing this selected frame option yet. Okay, so just copy this selected frame and make sure to add that to our context as well. Okay, so over here I will pass this to this context, so it will also pass the selected frame index number. And once we have this selected frame index number, over here we can write a condition: if video frames dot selected frame is available, okay, then I will say skip duration is equal to 0, and inside for loop we'll add let I is equal to 0, I is less than video video frames dot selected frame, which means the given index and I plus plus. Okay, and simply we'll do skip duration is equal to skip duration plus video frames of video frames dot our field is frame list of I dot duration. Okay, because we need to calculate the previous timing, and from that timing we need to start it, right? Until that time we need to skip that particular time, and then we'll jump to the selected one. That's the reason we added this skip duration. And then once this is done, over here outside of this one we'll simply say player reference and player reference dot current dot seek to. Okay, so this is we are applying for the player, and we just do skip duration into 30. Okay, something like this. Now this skip into 30 means this frame rate. Okay, let's save everything and let's go back to our application. I will refresh this page and I will add a couple of more frames, and if I click on this third frame, right, see nothing is happening right now. So I think something we messed up. Okay, let's see what's the issue. So the reason that is not working because we are not updating our context on the change of this selected frame. So we have to make sure whenever the frame is changed or select, when user update the selected frame, over here we're going to update the use effect as well. So over here I will add the selected frame, and now whenever the frame change, obviously our context will get updated. Okay, now if you see, let me close this one, it's updating our seek, and if you see on the click of this number of frame, it will start from that one. Perfect, that's what we wanted. Now next let me go back to our application, and for the player, go to this player, let's add a style. Inside the style let's add a width to 100%, so that it will be automatically be responsive. So if I go to the inspect panel, if you see, as soon as I change the width and size, it's update the layout, and obviously it's applicable to all the size. And if I change to this one as well, see, it's updating immediately. Okay, so that's the reason I updated. Let me refresh this. Oh, so 19 by 60 is quite big. Obviously we can change this one because we made this width to be 100%, so that's the reason. So here you can mention the width, let's say 500, and let me see how it looks. And if I change this to something else, so instead of 500 I will make the width, okay, let's make it 300, and I think we are good. Perfect, right? So that's how you can update your player as well. Now let's bring this text in the center of the screen. Okay, so in order to bring this in the center of the screen, first let's get width and height for the player. Okay, and now inside this Remotion composition over here we'll define constant width and height is equal to use video config. Okay, now this particular hook from the Remotion will return the height and width of the player. Okay, and obviously you can mention this to this absolute, or if you want to apply to this h2 tag you can also apply. So simply inside the okay, so already we are inside the style. Over here we'll simply define a transform, and inside here we'll define translate x-axis, and we'll pass a width and also make sure it is in the pixel, so we'll do pixel. And also we want to translate to y to height. Okay, and which is also in the pixel form. And if I refresh this screen, so still it doesn't work out. Okay, so there is a spelling mistake over here, so I will say translate x and y. Okay, and obviously here I was just testing, so over here we'll here we'll say width, and then over here I will just add it as a height. And if I save it, okay, so nothing is showing on the screen. And obviously here we need to divide it by 2 in order to bring in the center of the screen. And if you see, it's showing over here. Okay, it's not exactly in the center, so you have to do something like -50. Let's give -50, and over here as well I will give -15 value. Okay, let's make it 30. Perfect, and now it's in the center of the screen. Okay, if you want to obviously change, you can update it according to your requirements, but for now I will keep this as it is. And even though you add more frames every time, it will be in the center of the screen. Later on, obviously once we add the option to change the position of the text, then we're gonna write a different method to update this one. Now once we are on the editor and we are making some update, we are adding some changes, right? But here we need to save this information in one place, right? Obviously we need to save this everything in database. So for that one, whenever we click on this create from scratch, we need to create an record ID inside our database. Okay, so over here we're gonna store the video ID. Okay, we're gonna generate the video ID and we're gonna store it, and then whenever user makes some update, and here obviously I'm gonna add a new button called save, and on that one obviously whatever the changes we made, we can save it. Okay, now in order to make this update, there are a couple of things we need to change. So first thing, let me go back to the dashboard page, where inside the page.jsx file, right, we have this option to generate the with AI or create from the scratch. That particular layout we're gonna keep inside one component. So over here we'll say video create option dot jsx, and we'll add a default template, and inside here I'm just going to copy everything as it is. Okay, so let's cut it from here and simply paste inside this component. Now make sure to import this link as well as this image tag and save. Now let's go back, and over here you can simply import this video create option component. Okay, so now it will be there. Now if I go back to our dashboard screen, you will see that component is getting rendered. Same thing you can update on the click of this create new video. Okay, so simply I'm going to let's go open this create button folder, and from here we'll remove this one and we'll update with video create option. Okay, and then we have this beautiful button section with this option as well. So if you don't want the title, we can just hide this title, and let's see now how it looks. Perfect. Now on the click of this create from scratch, we need to generate the video ID and then we need to save inside our database. So currently in our database, we don't have the table to save this information. So simply go to the schema and let's create a new table. So over here we'll say export constant video data is equal to video, or we can say video table is equal to pg table. Here we'll say video raw table, or here I can just rename this to raw. Okay, so because we have this raw information, and inside that we're gonna add this id column as it is. Then we need to add a video data, or let's add a video id first. Our video id will be the in the form of varchar and it should be a not null. Then we need to add a video data. It is in the form of JSON. So make sure you're importing from this PG core. Then we need to add created by the which user this particular record created. So that one. So over here we'll say varchar of type not null. And also I'm gonna connect this particular table to this user table. Okay, so over here inside the reference you can add user table with the email, because email is a unique one. And also if you want to add a type, whether it's AI generated or from the scratch, that also you can add is of type varchar. Okay, so these 4 fields we added. Now let's go back to the Neon. Let's stop this local studio and just push this all the new changes. Once the changes are published, make sure inside your studio the new table is added to the database. Perfect. Now let's go back and we'll create an API which will add a new record. So inside this API folder, we'll create a new API called video, and inside this we'll create a route.jsx file. I will just rename this to JSX only. And over here we'll say export async function. We'll make this a post request and this will be the request. Okay, now it will return the next response.json, and let's accept the user input. So over here we're gonna pass a video ID and the user email. Okay, obviously from the body we're gonna get this, so you can write request.json. Okay, now over here we'll simply add a constant result is equal to await database dot insert the record, because we want to insert on which table. So here we'll say video raw table dot values, and here we need to pass the value. So first we'll pass the video ID. Obviously this video ID we'll get it from the body, and then the email ID, the created by, which we can also get from this user email. Perfect. So though these both the thing we pass in the returning, you can just return the result. Okay, so this result we just return, and over here we'll pass it as a result only and then save it. Now our method is ready in order to create this new record. Now simply go to the video create option, and instead of this link I will again replace this with the div tag, and over here I'm gonna add on click method. We'll say create new scratch video, and this method we're gonna call over here. So let's add this method constant create new scratch video, and inside that we'll simply first generate the video ID. Now in order to generate a unique video ID, we're gonna use this UUID4, which is a library to generate the unique identifier for you. Okay, so let's copy this npm command and simply paste it here. Now once you have this UUID4, you can just use it UUID4, and this will return the unique ID. After this you need to write if, not if, but here we'll just simply add constant result is equal to await Axios because we need to make an API call, and this will be a post call. So axios.post/API/video, and inside the body we need to pass a video ID as video ID, and then user email as the user's email. Obviously we need to get the user email ID. So over here we'll say use user, and once we have the user email ID, we'll pass email ID like this. Okay, perfect. Let's make this as async. And once we have the result, let's console the result. But once this is successful, right, we want to redirect user to the editor page, right? And the editor route is little bit different. So here we'll say constant router is equal to use router from the next/navigation. Make sure you are importing from the next/navigation, and then over here we'll say router dot push. Now we need to push to this editor page, and inside that again we're gonna add a dynamic route, and here we're gonna pass the video ID. Okay, now obviously in order to make the dynamic route inside our editor, right, here simply I'm gonna add a new folder, and over here we'll say video ID, something like this. See, okay, now this is our dynamic route. Obviously if I give the name with the square bracket, it means you can pass any value to this video ID, and simply you can just drag this page.jsx inside this video ID folder. Okay, and make sure to update the import statement as well. Now make sure everything is up to date. Let's go back to our application, and I will refresh the screen. So we have this error, it's saying on click listener got object type. Okay, so let's see what's the issue. So inside this video create option, so here we make sure you just pass this name. Okay, now if I refresh, everything is good. Now once I click on this one, okay, you will observe, okay, so we have error. Okay, let's see what's the issue. So in Axios you will find returning result. Okay, cannot access result for the initialization. Okay, so obviously over here it will return the video raw table, okay, as a response. Now let's test this again. So let's go back over here and click on this create from the scratch. Again we have this error. That's interesting. So inside the terminal we'll say, oh my bad, so over here this is correct, we need to update over here. Okay, so inside the returning we need to update it. Perfect, let's click on it, and as soon as I click it, right, still we have the error. It's saying the header component is not imported correctly because we move our page.jsx inside this dynamic route folder, right? So we have to make sure inside the page.jsx all of this header and all of this information get updated correctly. So over here I will just update like this, or another way that you can do it, just remove this import statement and import it again. See, now we have header. Let's import the track list and then Remotion player. Okay, but if I go to this drizzle ORM, here you will see the new record get added. See, okay, with the video ID, who is created, and all of this information, right? And I'll also attach to this particular table as well. Perfect. Now let's add a save button over here, and on the click of that one, obviously we want to save the information. So let's go back to our application, and in order to add a save button, I'm going to create a new component called save video.jsx, add a default template, and inside this div we'll add a button called save. Okay, now for this one I'm going to add a variant as outline, and also I will make this component on the client side, and then simply just nearby export button we're gonna add this save video button. Okay, let's put this export after this one, and obviously we'll add a class name, make it flex, gap of 5, and then let me refresh the screen once. You will see the save button. Okay, now obviously on the click of this one we need to make an API call. So, and that API call will be the update API call to this existing record. So simply go to this video route And over here I'm going to write a method called export async function, and the name of the function will be the put. Okay, so put is used to update the existing record. Now inside the return we'll write next response dot json, and inside here we'll just return the result. Now let's get the information. So over here we get the video id, then we want to also get the video data is equal to await request dot json. Okay, now once we have this information, we're gonna simply call constant result is equal to await dv dot update. Now this one also have the update method, and which table do we want to update, so that table name we want to provide. So in this case we'll say video raw table dot set, and inside the set we need to set the value. So over here we'll set the video data. So let's make sure that field name is called video data. Okay, so that's what we said, and obviously it's in JSON format, so we'll say video data, and we also add a condition where equal to the video raw data dot video id should match with our video id. Okay, so that it will update only that record. And once we have the result, here we can say returning video raw table. Okay, and over here I will just return the result. Perfect, and then save it. Now this put request we need to call on the click of this save button. So over here I will add constant save video, and inside that we'll write constant result is equal to await axios dot put. So we need to make a put call because we are updating slash API slash video, and then we need to pass a video ID, and then we need to pass the video data. Okay, now both the things we need to get. So first thing, in order to get the video ID, is nothing but this particular ID, right? And obviously this ID we need to get. So in order to get that ID, simply here you can write video, you can destructure this video ID is equal to use params. Okay, and from the use params it will destructure this, and then we'll get the video ID. Now this video ID we can pass over here, and in order to get the video data you can directly get from our context, which is this video frames. So over here I will just use this context called video frames, and whatever we have inside this video frame context we're gonna simply pass to this video data. Okay, let's make this as async, and then once we have the result we'll console the result. Okay, and then we want to show some kind of notification message that your video is saved. Okay, so for that one we are going to use a toast. So let's go over here and let's search for the toast component. Okay, now we have these two different components, one is a toast and one is a sonar. So both is similar, but sonar also give multiple, or you can see multiple toast messages at once, right? So let's use this one. So first copy this npm command, and then in order to use it first inside your root layout you need to add this toaster component from your toaster. So simply go to this root layout file, and then over here you can just import it. Make sure to import this toaster component, and once you use this one, right, now you can simply use this toast component from the sonar, and here you can write a message, let's say video saved. Okay, perfect, and then save it. Now this save video we're gonna call on the click of this save button, and then save. Let's go back to our application and then test out. Okay, so inside this save video we imported, or we added this use context, so make sure to import this one, And now if I go back and if I add a multiple frames, right? Now if you see we have 3 frames, and if I click save, right? So yeah, if you see we got the toast message saying video saved. Perfect. Now if I go back to our database, right? Let me refresh this one. You will see for that given record we have the information, and if you see in the video data, now we have this proper JSON format data, right? Now it has the total duration, it has the frame list, and it has selected frame. Obviously this one will not required, but it have that one, so we can just keep it and save it inside our database. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can save the video information. Now another important thing, whenever you refresh, if you see we don't have that information, right? Obviously when you are jumped on this particular page and depends on this ID, we need to get the video data. So let's implement that. So obviously for that one we need to get a API we need to write an API. So over here I will say export async function get call, okay, and it has a request, then we'll get the query parameter over here, okay, so which is nothing but the search params. We'll destructure this search param using is equal to new URL and request dot URL, okay. So we already have this request. Then we need to write constant video ID because we want to get the video ID using search params dot get, and inside that we need to pass the label or the param or variable name, which is the video ID, okay. Now after this, once you have the video ID, you can just write constant result is equal to await db dot select from the table name we need to use. So in this case we'll say video raw data dot so video, then we need to write where clause equal to, and inside here we need to pass video raw data dot video ID matches with the video ID which we already have, right? And now once we get the result, we'll simply return this one. So over here we'll say return next response dot JSON, and inside here we pass the result of 0th. Now 0 element because it will return, so over here you can pass like this because it will return the list, right? And the first, obviously we are fetching only one record, so that's the reason it will, we are just fetching the first element, okay. Now let's save this one, and inside the save video you can call this because we just need to update the context, okay. So it's quite easy. So here we'll say get video data, and then inside here we'll call constant result is equal to await axios dot get. Here we say API slash video ID parameter we are passing plus video ID, okay, and that's all we need to do. Let's make this as async, and what I will do, I will just console the result first, okay. So this need to be result dot data in order to get exact value, and over here we'll call the use effect, okay. So this method we're going to call inside the use effect whenever the video ID is available, something like this, right. So whenever the video ID is available, we're going to call this get video data, and this video data will return only the requested result. Let's save this and let's see inside the console whether we are getting or not. So inside the inspect panel, go to the console, and if you see on line number 29, which is this one, we got the result. Perfect, right? And now this video data we need to save to our context, right? So we have already context, so simply we'll say video frames, and over here we'll say result dot data, okay. Now if I refresh the screen, so okay, so we have the error, okay, because something is not right. So over here we need to pass a video data, so over here we'll say result dot data dot video data, okay. because that's what we are passing, or we need to pass. Let me refresh this once, and I'm not sure how many record we have. Okay, it's supposed to have 3 frame, but it's not showing on the screen. But over here, if you see, the length of this one is 3 or 6. It means it has the 3 frame, but it's not showing on this particular list. Okay, so that's because if I go to this track list, and over here we are just iterating frame list. Okay, but we need to update this frame list once we have this video frames contact information, right? So maybe inside the use effect we can add that one. So simply what we can do, we can call the use effect, and this use effect will execute whenever there is a video frames available. So over here we'll say video frames, and if a video frames is available, then we'll set the frame list with the video frames dot frame list. Okay, and let's test this out. So we just make sure that we'll also updated the new record. Okay, so we have the error, the call stack error. Okay, that's not good. Now to avoid this error, right, which we are getting, so simply I added this particular logic. Okay, let's add just below to this one. So first I'm checking is video frame is available, and the video frame of the frame list is not equal to frame list, because we don't want to add it every time, right? And we'll make sure that, and then only we are setting the value. Let's save it and let's go back, and if you see, as soon as I refresh it, we'll see the 3 records. If I add 2 more and click save, the video is saved. If I refresh it, you will see the 5 frames showing on the screen. And not only that, but over here as well we have this player as well, means up to 10 seconds it's showing, because each of this frame is of 2 seconds. Okay, so that's how guys you can save it and retrieve your saved video information. Obviously there are a lot of things that we want to implement, because this is just the step where we save the information. So going forward, we're gonna add the information, we're gonna update it. It means we're gonna save it so that we'll not lose our work. Now it's time to implement this configuration section for each frame. If you want to change the text, or want to change the background, or want to add animation to your text for each of the frame, this configuration part will help you to do it. Okay, so in that one we're gonna have the text configuration, animation, background, and lot of other things. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of these tabs first, and inside this video page.jsx, where we have this control section. Okay, inside that we need to add all of this our configuration part. So we'll create a new component. We'll say frame config.jsx, add a default template, and over here I will just rename this to a frame config, and make sure inside our application it's get updated. So I will refresh this once, and if you see, the frame configuration is showing on the screen. Perfect. Now let's go to this frame config, and over here we'll add a class name. We'll add padding to 3, and we'll also add background gray to 100, and we'll make rounded large. Now first thing, in order to add this multiple section, right, we're gonna use this accordion component from the shared CN. So if I go over here, you will see this accordion component, right? So you can expand this component, depends on your use. So let's import this npm command first, and once it is installed, let's use this import statement, and then this particular example. Now over here, if you see, if I save this one and if I go back to our application, I don't know why it's not showing. Let me refresh this once. And if you see, we have this new accordion component, right? Now obviously we're going to change this item. So for the trigger name, we can give, for example, let's say text. Okay, obviously content, we're going to change it over this text, right? Let's wrap it inside the span tag, and after that we can simply add a text. And also I'm gonna add the icon. So let's go to this lucid dev icon, and over here I want to add a text icon. So just search something like this, and you can use this baseline text or maybe this one. So simply you can use any of this icon. Let's say letter text, I will use it, and here we'll make class name flex gap of 2 and save it. Now once you save it, you will see this text icon, and for that one we have this information. Now if you want to increase the size, you can just increase, and you can make the size too large. I think this is much better. I will just make this item to be in the center. Perfect. Okay, now for the content, we're going to add a different content inside this content section. So first obviously we want to add the text area, and for each of these configuration we're going to create a new component. So let's add a new component called text area box.jsx, add a default template, and in order to add a text area, again we're going to use the cn component. The reason for each of the component we are using the cn, because we want to keep the theme or UI of application throughout the constant, right? So in order to use this text area component, first I will just install this over here, and in order to use it, first we'll give a label as content, and then we'll add a text area. Over here we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, we'll give gap of 2 and make flex column. And now if I go over here, right, obviously you need to add this text area box inside your content, something like this. Okay, now if I open, you will see this particular box. Perfect. Now you can also make the color of the box white, and let's refresh this, and if I expand this one, we have this content section. Perfect, right? Now obviously when you select any of this frame, right, we have to make sure that content text should sorry, the text for that frame will be appear over here, and as soon as you change it, it will also reflect throughout the application, and obviously it will also reflect on the screen. So in order to do that, right, we can go back to the, let's go back to the frame config, and over here we're going to use our context. Okay, so over here we'll say, let's copy this context name or of these things. So we'll say video frames. Okay, make sure to import this context and use context and this video frame context as well. And now you have the video frames. Now also I'm going to define constant. Here we'll say selected frame comma set selected frame is equal to, or we can just say frame. Okay, so frame and set frame. Okay, and over here we'll say use state. Now obviously initially it will be empty, but inside the use effect, from this context we're gonna set the selected frame information to this particular state. Okay, so simply whenever we have this context information available, so over here we'll add a condition if video frames dot frame list is available, then we'll simply set the frame with the video frames dot frame list of, obviously inside the video frame we also have the index. Okay, selected index. So if I go over here, and if you see we have this selected frame which is nothing but index, right? and this information we are just setting. So it just returning or giving us the selected frame information. Okay, for your understanding purpose, I am going to console over here just to verify whether it's working or not. Let's save this one and let's go back to our application. So inside the inspect panel, inside the console, so we have one error called use effect we define. So over here we need to define, make this as a client component, and let's refresh it. Perfect. And over here if I select this second component, second frame, you will see we got the data. Cool, right? Now from this one, if you see, we already have this text. Now this text obviously we need to display inside this text box, okay, as our default value. So once we have this frame information, now I will just remove this, and once we have this frame information, we want to pass over here. Okay, so let's go to the text area box. Over here we'll say value, and then first make sure to accept the frame information, and over here we'll say frame dot text. Okay, let's save everything. Let's go back to our application, and now over here if you see, we have this hello world. Let's see what is the issue. So over here is saying your provided value prop to form field without on change handler. Okay, so we'll fix this issue, but that's fine. And if you go click any of this one, right, obviously every frame has a hello world value, but it will render to this particular text box. Now to this text box we need to add on change method in order to get the user entered value. So over here we'll say handle input change, and now to this handle input change, it has a field, or we can just pass the handle input change with the value. So here we'll say e nothing but the event dot target dot value. Okay, now this handle input change we're gonna pass back to the parent component. Oh my bad. So over here we need to add that to this text area. Okay, so over here we need to add, and this handle input change we need to pass back to our frame inside this frame config. Okay, so over here now we'll have handle input change, it will return the value, and then I will define the same method over here. Okay, now this handle input change has the field and the value. Okay, so now over here we'll just call this handle input change with a field. Now field name I will give it as a text, and the value will be the value which user entered and which we are getting from the child component. Okay, perfect. Now over here obviously we'll get the field and value. If I save this one and make sure nothing change over here, but inside this handle input change we're gonna simply set the frame. Okay, and inside that we'll say previous all the previous field, and then we need to update the given field with the new value. Okay, perfect. Now here is a important thing. Whenever the frame value get changed, okay, because locally we are just updating this state, right? But whenever this particular state update, we also need to make sure we'll update this video frame information. Okay, because once you update this video frame context, it will applicable throughout the application. So simply inside the use effect, I will call this use effect whenever the frame state change, and then over here we'll simply say if video frames and frame information is available, then we need to update that specific object in that particular list of the frame list, okay, which is inside this video frame. Now this is little bit confusing, but just follow this. Okay, so over here we'll say existing or here we'll say frame list. Just let's say frame list is equal to video frames dot frame list, and then over here we'll say frame list of video frames dot selected frame. Okay, so we are fetching that particular object, and then we are setting it with the new value, which is the frame. Okay, and then over here we'll set the video frames with the previous data. So inside here we'll say previous information with the new frame list, something like this. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go back and we'll see whether we are not getting any error. Okay, so we have one error, I think. So if you see, it's saying that cannot set property of undefined. So to fix this, here I'm gonna add a condition dot selected frame. Okay, we also make sure that the selected frame is there and the frame information is there. Then only it will go to this if block. And now if you see, we have the result. Now let's go to this first frame and let's update it here. So here we'll say frame 1, right? If I go over here, we'll say frame 2, and if you see, it's reflecting over here as well. Perfect, right? And now if I update it, I don't know why it's not updated for 1, but if you see, it changed to frame 2, after that frame 3, and then again hello world, because last is last, right? Over here, the first frame is not updating. That's because the selected frame is considered as a 0. If it's 0, obviously it's not going inside, right? So that's weird, but we can add a length is greater than 0. We'll see whether it's working or not. And if I go over here, let's say second frame, okay, now it's working. See, okay, because this particular condition, okay, still is not working over here. If you see, right, it's just resetting everything. It means this is also not valid because selected frame has a 0 index, and that's the reason it's giving us the error. But another option here we can do, we can just take the length of the frame list, and I think this will work. So here I will say second frame, this will I will say first frame, and now it's working perfectly fine. See, okay, so just try this out and then you can figure it out how can you use that one, right? The way that I figure it out. So make sure you will pass the frame list length which is greater than 0 and the frame, then only you can set the value. Okay, now once you set the value, obviously you have option to save it, and if I save this one, you will see the video is saved. Now even though if I refresh the screen, you will see our value, okay, and it doesn't change it, and still we have this all of our forward frame. If I add the fifth frame, here we'll say last frame. Oh, so I don't know what happened, but let me refresh this once. So this call stack error happens because we are updating our set video frame every instance whenever the frame change, right? So simply what we can do, we can add the condition call if the frame text is not with the previous text, which means the frame list text, then only set the value, otherwise don't. Okay, obviously this kind of quick fix I made in behind the scene, okay, because just to figure it out and just want to avoid the making the longer video, right? So that's why. But right now if I refresh the screen, now we have 4. Let me add new over here. I will add last frame, okay, and then I will save it. As soon as I save, even though if I refresh, you will see all of the frame along with the name. How cool, right? So that's how guys you can add a text. Now there are a lot of other things that we are going to add next. Now next we are going to add a slider in order to change the font size, and that slider I'm going to add from the ShadCN component. So just search for this slider, and if you see this where you can change the from 0 to 100, okay, so it's quite easy, and obviously we're going to reuse this slider as well. So first thing you can install this using this npm command, and inside our component folder I'm going to create a new file called sliderfill.jsx. okay, let's add a default template, and this slider fill will take 2 inputs, or not just one, yeah, I think just one. So here will the label of the input, okay, And after that, let's save it. Over here I will add a label as a label which we pass from to the slider field. Now inside the frame config, just below to this text area box, we're gonna add this slider field. Okay, now to this slider field I'm going to pass a label as font size. Okay, and save it. Now over here, let's import the slider component from the shared CN, something like this. Now it will return a value. Okay, obviously it has a value, default value, which we need to pass. So over here, so here we'll say font size, and we'll pass this font, not font size, but here we'll say value only. Okay, let's add a default value, and we'll pass the default value in the form of this array. Then you can define the maximum size. In this case we'll define 100. You can also define the step. Now this step is nothing but when you scroll it, right, how much how much quantity you want to increase. So in this case I will say 1, and we'll write on value change method to this one. Okay, now this on value change return the value, and then we'll just use handle input change method to return this value. Okay, so over here I will return the first value, which is value of 0, something like this. Now let's pass back to this parent component. So let's go to this frame config, and over here I will copy everything as it is. Okay, and instead of this we'll say font size. Okay, and then save it. And that's all you need to do. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh this once, and if you see, we have this font size slider. Okay, currently we are not passing the default value, so let's pass the default value over here. So default value will be the frame dot font size. Okay, I will just make sure inside the track list we have be adding the default value, it has this font size field, right? So make sure you also passing this frames dot font size, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the default value font size is showing. Okay, perfect. We'll use some margin from the top. So for this slider only, you can add a class name, margin top to 3, and for a label I will add a class name, we'll say text small. Perfect. Okay, we'll also give margin top to, here we'll give margin bottom to 2, and I don't think so this how it will work. Let's make it flex column gap of 2, because for label you can provide the margin. And now if I go over here, you will see this font size. Now once we update the font size inside our Remotion composition, okay, make sure to this h2 tag or whatever the text we have, right, you are passing the font size. So over here we'll say a font size, and that font size we can get it from the frame dot font size. Okay, and then save it. Now if I let me refresh the screen first. So if I go over here and if I change this, right, it's not updating on the screen, and I added this to view whether it's working or not. So let me remove this font size from here, and the reason that it's not working, because inside this use effect, whenever the frame change, we need to make sure that this condition need not to be there, right, because the text is same, but obviously font is not, it will not update the font. So I will just remove this and save it, and if I go back and change this one, let me refresh this once, and let's select this second one, and if I change this, see, now it's changing the size. Perfect, right? Here I will say frame 2, right, and now you have option to change the size. Same thing you can do for the other. Now for one it's not working because, oh, it is working, so my mistake. Okay, so if you see, we have one here, we say frame 1, You can change the size, for this is different, for this is different, and so on. And now if I save this, all of this information, and refresh the screen, you will see the size remain same because we save it, right? And that's how you need to update your records. So guys, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section about this font size. Now next, we are going to update or add the duration box. Okay, I think we can just update that just about this font size as well. Now in order to add a duration, we can use a selector. Okay, so the drop down so that user can pick it from there. So in order to add a selector, let's go over here, and if you see, this is how the selector will look like. I believe we don't have selector installed from the shared CN, so just verify inside the component, and okay, so we have this select already, so we'll just use this import. Inside here component, I will add a new component called dropdown.jsx file, add a default template. Obviously I will take a label, I will also take a default value and the list of value. Okay, means we'll say options. Okay, and over here I will just add a div with a label. Inside that we'll put a label, and then we'll put, okay, make sure to import this select, and then we'll use this all the select statement. Format this document and save it. Now for the default value, over here I will add like this, and for the options, obviously we want to add that option, so and we want to render that option over here. So over here we'll say option dot map, here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function, and inside that we'll simply add this. Here we'll say item, and inside that we'll say item. Now we don't need this, and let's pass key as an index. Now let's add this drop down inside our frame config. I will just add just above the font size. Okay, so over here we'll say drop down. Now to this drop down we'll pass a default value to 2, and we also have label, we'll say duration, and for options I'm going to add the list of array, something like this. Okay, perfect. So over here we'll say duration drop down. Over here I will add a comment for font size select, and let's format this document. Okay, and save it. Just inside the drop down I'm going to add a class name, will give margin top to 3, we'll make it flex column, and we'll also give a gap to 2. Now let's go back to our application, and over here you will see all new fill. Okay, so over here we have this drop down fill now. Perfect. Let's mark the background color to white. So over here we'll say background to white. Okay, you can mark this width as a full, and the duration. Perfect. From this one I will save duration in second. Okay, save it. Now also whenever the value changes, right, over here for this select, it has a method called on value change. Okay, then obviously it will return a value, the selected value, similar like the previous one, right? I will call the method handle input change, and it will return, or it will pass the value. Obviously we need to pass these particular props to our frame config, and similar like this one I'm going to just copy paste over here. Perfect, right? Now over here we'll just change these to duration, and then save it. And let me go back, and if I select the frame 2, I can select this duration, okay, for this particular one. And over here, obviously, instead of passing this custom default value over here, we're gonna pass a frame dot duration, okay, and save it. Now if I refresh this screen, let's see whether it's working or not. And if you see, now for this frame we have the duration 3, so that's the reason it's showing the duration 3, but obviously you can change anytime, okay. And as soon as you change it, you will see now for frame 3 you have 5 seconds, up to 5 seconds, see, and the time is also increased, okay. If I change back to 2, and now it changed to 2, okay. Obviously it will not update immediately, so you just need to change your frame, come back to that frame, and then you will see the updated duration, okay. Perfect. Now after updating the duration, now we can add the font family as well. Now, whatever the font we have available in the Google, right? If you go to this Google font, you can apply as many font you want, right? And that's the cool thing that we are going to see now. So for that one, we are going to use a Remotion font library. Okay, it's very rich library, and the most important is quite easy to use as well. So simply go to this Remotion Google font. I will keep the link in the description, and you need to install this Google font first. So let's go back over here and paste it. Now guys, before moving to the forward, right, I just wanted to tell you that if you want to access the source code of this particular project, you can get it on tubegurju.com. Okay, also if you join the member of the TubeGurju Pro family, then you will get a discounted or you will get a member only discount for this particular project, because this project is a big one. It takes a lot of time to build it, right? So that's the reason I did not keep it completely for free, but definitely you will get at very less price if you are a member of the channel. Now guys, the link in the description, you can obviously access it. Once you install this particular font, right, just need to import this font into your composition where you want to use it, okay. So let me tell you how can we do that. So first thing, you can select the font which you want to use, okay. There are a bunch of different font. Let's consider you want to use this Bungie font, right? So simply go to the composition first, okay. So Remotion composition component. The reason that we are adding over here, because that's where we are going to use this one, okay. So inside here we can simply say import star as Bungie, I believe, okay, from we can update this name in later on, and inside here we'll say @remotion / Google font / and the name of the font, and you will see all the suggestion over here. So in this case we'll say Bungie, okay. And once you define this font, you just need to load this font, okay. So over here we'll say Bungie dot load font, okay. This is very important guys in order to load it. Now let's consider you want to use this particular font, right? So in order to use this one, let's apply some style over here. So inside this style we'll say font family, and then we'll give the font name. So in this case we'll say Bungie, okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and let me refresh it, and if you see the font change, right, and it's now new font is applied over here. See how cool, right? So this is the Bungie font is applied. Obviously we hard coded this value, okay, but obviously we're gonna add multiple fonts. Now let's import some other fonts as well. So there is a one font. If I go to this Google font, you will see this Anton. So we'll add that one, and you can search it over here, okay, and just make sure to load this one. So load font, okay. So we have this font ready. Now guys, there are a lot of different feature available, okay. If you want to load some specific styling like some weight subset, you can also load that as well, okay. So it's up to you. If you just use this load font, then it will automatically import all the styling and all the property. Okay, so you don't need to worry about that one. Next, let's import couple of more fonts. Obviously later on you can add other fonts. Let's import this funnel display font. Okay, so what I will do, I will just copy this. I will search this font called funnel. I don't know why it's okay. Let's do one thing. Let's search other font which is interesting. Maybe funnel. I don't think so that font is searching over here, but let me add this key sense. So we'll add this Parky sense. Okay, so this font is nothing but this one, and I will make sure to load this. So here we'll say Parky sense dot load font. Okay, I will add one more for the example. Let's add this cursive one. So I will say playwright. So this is the playwright font. I don't know, playwright is not showing. It's supposed to show all the fonts, but somehow it's not displaying. But you can add other fonts. There are a lot of other interesting font here. Okay, so I found this Pacifico font. It's quite interesting, so I will add that one too. And over here we'll say load font. Okay, now you know this, you have this 4 font available. Okay, now simply what we can do, we can create a new folder over here. Inside the app folder we'll say data, and inside there we'll say list. Okay, dot .jsx. We'll say font list, or let's say list only. Inside here we'll say export constant font list, and inside here we can define the list of font. So let's say name is Pacifico, then the another is, we'll just copy this one, Anton, then we have the Parisian, something like that, and the last we have Bungie. Okay, perfect. Now we have this 4 font. Let's display that font in the form of list. So if you see we have this drop down, I will use the same drop down. Okay, so over here I will say font family. Inside here we'll use this drop down. Obviously the default value I'm going to pass is, let's say, Bungie. The label will be the font family. The option over here we going to pass this list. Obviously we exported this list, right? So we can directly use this font list from the app data, and over here we'll say font family. Okay, now instead of this default, obviously we need to get it from the frame dot font family. Okay, and then we have the value. I think we are good on this one. Now just make sure inside your track list where we have this default frame, we are also gonna add font family. Okay, so over here we'll say font family, and I will add the default as Bungie. Okay, and then save it. Let's go back and let's see whether that particular font is, or his drop down is there or not. So here we have an error saying objects are not valid as a React child. If you want to render collection of children, use array instead. The reason that we are getting this error because inside the select, right, we added or updated this select statement depends on the duration, and in duration we are just passing the list of array. See, okay, and for this one it's a list of object, obviously. Okay, so accordingly we need to update. So let's go over here. Let me check first the, here we give the name, right? So over here as well if I go to the, let me close all of this tab, and inside the drop down I'm going to add if item is not there. Okay, so here if item dot name is there, then display the item name, otherwise display the item. Okay, and same thing I'm going to pass over here, and let's say whether it's working or not. And now if you see, it's loaded perfectly fine. And then we have this font family, see. Okay, perfect. So that's how guys you can update or add this font family. Obviously now we need to make sure that this will attach to this particular text. So for that one, again let's go to this Remotion composition, and inside here you can simply add the font family. Okay, and this font family is from the frame dot font family, and then save it. And now if I go over here and change the font, let's say Precision, oh wow, how cool, right? If I change to Anton, it's updated to Anton. And if I save this one, right, I also updated to this one as well. And if I save it, refresh it, you will see that font is still there. See, now let's say we can change the font to Bungie for this one. I will update this size. Here I will write frame 4 and save it. And if I refresh the screen, still the changes are there. How cool, right? So that's how guys you can update the font family, and you can also load different from the Google. Obviously in this example I just added the 4 font, but you can add as many font you want. Now let's add a color picker to our text. Okay, so for that one, let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do, we'll create a new component called color picker.jsx. Add a default template and save it. Now in order to add this color picker, first we'll add a label. We'll say color picker, and or we'll say just text color. That should be good, text color. And then here I'm going to add a div. We'll add a class name, and for now I'm going to add, so let's add in style actually. So I will inside the style we'll add a background color as a black. Okay, for this one, if you want to add a class name, now you can add a width to 40, height to 40. Now you might have question why I'm using style, because if it's a dynamic, it's easy for me to add the dynamic value inside the style. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh this once. Nothing will happen because we did not import this color picker inside the frame config. So over here we'll add a color picker component. Okay, and now if I expand it, let me refresh it. It's refreshing actually. And okay, so perfect. So we have an error inside the color picker. So this need to be in the string format, the black color which we mentioned, right? And if I expand it, you will see this value. Obviously over here we'll give, let's say 7 and height to 7. Perfect. Now let's make it 10 actually, little bit larger, and we'll also make rounded large. Let's bring everything in one line, so we'll make flex gap of 3, 4, whatever, and item to be in the center. We'll give margin top to 3, save it, and then we have this option. Perfect. Now on the click of this one, we want to open the color picker, right? So for that one, I'm going to use gradient color picker React. You can just type something like this, you will find that npm package immediately. Okay, and if you see, this is how it will look like. Obviously you have complete control what you want to show and what not. So first let's install this package. So I will copy this npm command over here, just paste it, and once you paste it here, you need to add that, right? So obviously we want to add it on the click of that particular option. So for that one, I'm going to use a cn pop over option component. If you see, if I click on this one, you will see this beautiful pop over option, right? So that's what we are going to add. So first I will install this pop over inside our application, and then we'll use this import statement over here and use this component. Okay, now in order to trigger this pop override, we need to pass this div over here. So I will just pass this div, and I will make sure I will change this to as child. Now inside this pop over content, we are going to add this particular component, which is the color picker. So simply you need to pass this color picker like this. Okay, and make sure to import this color picker. So I will import it from here. And then once it is imported, obviously we need to pass a default color. So over here we'll say color, I will say default color, and also we need to set the color, right? So on the set, on change, we need to call value handle input change method. Okay, and it has the color value, so that also I'm going to pass over here. Okay, now over here the default color, right? Here as well I'm going to update this to default color, something like this. And now inside the frame config, let's pass the default color. Let's pass it as a hash 000, which is black, and then I will add this handle input change as well. Okay, over here I will say text color, and then we have the value. Let's save everything and let me go back to our application over here. If I click on this one, right? Okay, so nothing happening right now. Let me go back to this color picker, and I will just also add the cursor pointer over here. And here we have error that it's saying the color picker already been declared. Interesting. So okay, the problem is that our component name is similar to this one, right? So over here I will just rename this component color picker fill. Okay, so it's little different now, and here as well I will change this to color picker fill over here as well, and over here too. Now we'll import the color picker fill. Perfect. And if I refresh this now, let's see, because we have the same component name, so that's the reason we got this error. And once it's refreshed, you will see this color. Right now we have this beautiful palette and everything. Cool, right? Now obviously for this color picker you also have option of to change the width and height, right? Let's say you want to update the width to, let's say, 250. You can also update the height, let's say 200. And now if I go back, you will see the width and height changes. Also you can hide some of the option. Okay, so you can hide the color guide if you don't want. Then you can hide, you can, if you want to add hide, you can hide this particular section as well. I will also hide the controllers, then hide eye drop, then hide color buttons, or let's keep the color button as it is. Okay, so this much option now I am setting for this particular text color. Right now if user want to select any of this color, right, we have to make sure that color gonna update over here as well. Okay, the selected color. So simply inside this frame config, now if you remember we hard coded with a black color, right? Now over here we'll change this to frame dot text color. Okay, and then save it. Now if I change this one, you will see the color change. If I change to pink, it's changed to pink everywhere. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can update the color and all. Now once you update this one, let's go to our composition and make sure this text color field is applied to our text. Okay, so inside this h2 tag, if you see color, currently color is white, but over here now I will update this with the text color. Okay, and also in the track list we have the text color which is default to black. That's fine. And let me refresh the screen. Now obviously default color is black, but if I change this to something like, see, red, Okay, for this one I will change this to something like white. For this I will change this to, let's say, green, and for this one, let's say I'm gonna change this to yellow. For frame 1, okay, so this is frame 1, I'm going to change it to some purple. Cool, right? And if I play this video now, you will see for each of the frame, text color we updated with our own custom color and everything. The changes are there, right? Now if I save these changes and refresh it, you will see all the changes. Now you might have a question why I'm saving every time and showing it, because we want to test at every step that our logic is working as expected. Cool, right? So that's how, guys, you can update the text color and save it. Now we are going to add a background color option. Whether user can choose a solid color or the gradient color for the background. So for that one, let's go back to our application, and under this component folder, we are going to create a new component called background field.jsx. Okay, let's add a default template, and then once you add that one inside our frame config, we're gonna add that. So obviously over here, first we need to add an accordion item, because this is a new item that we are going to add. So I will just copy this accordion item code from the shared CN and I will paste it here. Make sure it is inside this accordion component only. Okay, now over here I will just change this to value as a background. The trigger, it will be background, and inside the content, obviously the content will be different, but let's first verify that it is rendering on the screen. See, okay, so we have this background. Now over here I will just copy this existing span inside the trigger, because we want the similar trigger over here, and instead of this one, here we'll add a swatch book icon. Okay, and here now we'll change this text to background and save it. Okay, so that's the text we gave. I will just verify on the browser. Okay, so I don't know why it's not changed. Let me refresh this once, and now if you see, we have this background with the icon. Perfect. Now for the content, I'm going to use a scroll indicator, and inside the shared CN, if you search for the scroll area, right, this is how we want it, and inside that we're going to show the different colors. So in order to use this scroll area, I will just copy this npm command first. Actually before that one, okay, I'm going to use a tab first, and inside the tab we'll use this scroll view. So let's add a tab first. So inside the tab you want this one for the solid, one for the gradient, and if you want to add more option, you can add that one too. So over here first let's add a tab, and once you add this tab, let's go to this background field, and inside the background field we're gonna import this component, and we'll use this example. Okay, now inside here the default one we will say solid. Okay, and obviously for each of the trap trigger we'll give the value and the label. Okay, and over here it will be a solid, and here it will be a gradient, and save it. And now inside the frame config, just make sure to import this background field. Now if I go back over here, and I don't know, it's taking some time to refresh, and if you see we have the solid and the gradient. Perfect, these two options. Okay, now once you add that one inside the background field, inside this tab content, now we want to add that scroll area. So let's go to the scroll area section, and let's import this component first. Then we'll import this statement in order to use this scroll area component, and it's quite easy. If you see in the scroll area component, they define the specific height, width, and if you want to add border, other things, you can do that also. Okay, so inside this tab content for the solid, I'm going to add that first. Let's save it, and now if I go over here, you will see this scroll area. Cool, right? Here you can just mark width to full and let's see. So if I mark width full, okay, I think we can keep this 350 pixel for now. Now inside the scroll area, instead of text, we want to show the list of the colors. So I already copied all the hex code color, and inside our data, I'm going to create a new file called colors.jsx. Inside here, we'll say export constant solid color, and we'll paste all of this color. Okay, and if you see, it has the name and the hex code. Okay, and I have a lot of others. Obviously, you can get it from the source code. Okay, if you want to access it, or you can get it from the any ChatGPT or Gemini. Now once you have this color, now we need to just render this list of color inside this particular scroll area. So let's go to this background field and simply I'm going to add a div. Inside this div we'll use the solid color dot map, and here we'll say color comma index and the arrow function. Here we'll add a div. Now for this div we'll add a width to full and height to 10. Okay, we'll make rounded large, and the most important, we'll add a style, and inside that we'll say background color, and here we'll pass the color dot hex code. Okay, that is very important. Now let's save this one and go back, and if you see, we got the all the colors, but that's look weird, right? So let's apply some more styling. Here I will add an index as well, and over here for this particular div we'll add a class name. We'll make it grid column 3 when the screen size is smaller, and when it's larger we make grid column 4, and large again we'll make grid column 5. Okay, we'll also give gap to 3, and now if I go back, we will see this beautiful colors combination. Cool, right? Now same way we want to add the gradient color as well, but before that let's add a logic. So once user click on this one, we have to make sure we'll apply that to the background, right? So let me go back over here, and I just update little bit, so that's why I added the field as a hex. Okay, now over here on the click of this one, we need to pass the selected value. So over here we'll add on click method, and here we'll say handle input change, and we'll say color. Okay, now this is the selected color that we are passing. Obviously we'll get the default value for that color, and then we'll pass the user selected value. So inside the frame config over here, obviously default color we need to pass. So obviously default color we'll get it from the frame dot bg color, and then for handle input I will just copy same thing, and only over here we'll change this to bg color and then save it. Okay, obviously once you change that one, you have to make sure inside your Remotion composition for this absolute fill, right, we'll update the background color. So over here we'll add a background color, or we can just say background to frame dot bg color. Okay, now I will just make sure inside the track list we don't have the bg color field, right? So let's add a bg color field, and we'll make this the default one as a white. Okay, now you can add the color code as well and save it. Now if I go back to our application, and whenever we select any of this color, let me refresh the screen. So over here make sure to add cursor pointer, and here we need to send a hex code. So make sure you are passing the hex code. Okay, and if I select any of this color, you will see the color of our frame get changed immediately. Perfect. All right, so that's how guys you can update the color for your frame. Now same thing we're going to implement for the gradient. Now for the gradient I also added the name and the linear gradient. Okay, so let's add that one. So in order to display it, I will just copy the same scroll area as it is to this gradient tab content, and only change that I'm going to make over here, I will use the gradient colors, and then from the gradient we need to display the gradient as a field instead of the color. Okay, over here as well I'm going to change it and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and let's say whether gradient displaying or not, it look like it is showing, but I don't think so it's displaying on the screen. Okay, so over here we need to just add the gradient and not the color. Okay, sorry, the just a background. And now if you see, we have this background. Perfect. Now also instead of making 5 grid, I will just make a 3 grid. Okay, because I want to make it little bigger in size. Let's make it 4, and for a height I'm gonna give 12. Perfect. Okay, so we have solid and then we have this beautiful gradients color as well. Now if I select any of this gradient, you will see this beautiful effect, right? So that's how you can add the gradient color combination as well. And for this scroll area, I'm going to make a background white. Same thing I'm gonna do to this one as well. So it will be white color. Okay, and then we have the solid and the gradient, how beautiful it's looking, right? Perfect, guys. So guys, up until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, or you can always ask question on our Discord channel, the link in the description. Now our text is not look good until and unless we are adding an animation to this particular text. You heard right. So in this section we are going to add an animation to our each of the text for the frame, and obviously we're going to add a new section called animation. You can always go to this Remotion documentation, and inside documentation you can just search for the animation. Okay, and here you will find a lot of different options, and it also give you how to add the animation and everything, but it's little bit confusion if you are doing very first time. So that's the reason inside this code I added this animations list already. Okay, so we have different animation like zoom bounce text, scaling animation, or we have slide down animation and lot of other things. And if you see, in each of the animation we have this small line of code. Okay, and we have this text animation method, and on this text animation method depend what we have to pass all of this value, and depends on the type of animation it will return the value for us. Okay, so it's quite easy, and inside the list of JSX I added all the type of animation available for us. Okay, in means that for that animation we have this method written. Okay, now this animation file and list file I'm gonna give it for the free. So even though you are developing everything from the scratch, you can always take a look of these animations. Now first thing, let's go to the editor, and inside this editor I'm going to let's go to this frame config. Okay, inside the frame config we'll create a new accordion item. So I will just copy this existing one and we'll paste it here. Here we'll say animation, and I will give the name animation. Over here we'll change the stack, we'll change this to stack icon, or let's add a layers icon from the Lucid React. Okay, and then save this one. And if I go back to our application, over here if I refresh it, you will see the new section called animation. Okay, now after that obviously inside the content we're gonna add our own content. So over here we wanna use the drop down. So we already have the drop down component over here. Obviously this is a custom drop down which we created. To this drop down we need to pass the, first we'll pass the label. Let me go to this option, because if you see we already have the label. So here we'll pass text animation as a label. Then we want to pass an options. So in this case the option are animation list. Okay, which we can get it from the data list. For the handle input change, I'm gonna copy everything as it is from here and we'll paste it here. Okay, so inside this handle input change, over here we'll say animation, and then it has a value, and the last and very important, we need to pass the default value. So default value will be the none in this case, okay, and then save it. Now inside the track list, if you don't have animation, let's add that animation, and over here I'm gonna pass some default animation. Let's say zoom in. Okay, now obviously to this default value, right, we're gonna pass it from the frame dot animation. Okay, and then save it, and let's see whether it's working or not. So inside under the animation we have this text animation, and then we have the list of all the text animation. Cool, right? Now once we select the animation type, then we have to make sure we're gonna apply it to our text. So let's go to this Remotion component, and over here the most important thing we need to do is to apply the transform field. So you can directly apply to this S2 tag. So over here we'll say transform, and then we'll add a dollar sign. Here we'll say text animation from the data animation, and inside here we're gonna pass a frame. So over here I will just add in this tag. Here we'll say frame dot animation, then we're gonna pass the frame. Okay, now this frame, obviously we need to update this little bit because it's matching with our frame. So over here I'm going to define a constant. We'll say current frame is equal to, and here we'll say use current frame, and this current frame we are going to pass to this text animation as a current frame. Then we need to pass, if you see if I go to this text animation, we need a FPS from frame width and height. So FPS is nothing but the frame per second, which we can get it from this use video config. So here we'll say FPS. We already have width and height, so that also we're gonna pass. So here we'll say FPS comma width comma height. Okay, and that's all I think we need it. Let's save it and let's test this. Also here don't forget to add from frame as well, because that also we need to pass, and then save it. Now if I go back, let's refresh the screen once, and here let's go to the frame 2. Currently if you see for frame 2, we have the default animation, but you can add, let's add slide left, and if I do this one, see how cool, right? Obviously let's increase this text size little bit. So and now we have this frame 2, and if you see this animation, right, whatever the animation we added, that animation is applied to this particular frame. Perfect, right? So that's how guys you can add the animation. Obviously if you face any issue, any doubts, you can always uh, reach out to the Discord channel, and this animation component I'm going to update, and I will add more animation methods so that you can use it, and you can make your application much better, okay, by providing a different kind of animations. Here we need to add an audio for our video, and for that one I already added the audio file. Okay, so obviously you can get it from anywhere on the internet, or you can get it from my source code as well. So this for now we added these 3 audio files, and also inside this data list.jsx I added the name and the file as well. Okay, so this is a simple list of object for the music list. Now in order to display this music list, right, let's go to this Remotion player and let's display that list. So over here, okay, so simply I'm going to use the drop down component which we already have, and let's wrap this in one div first. Okay, let's wrap inside value in div, and then we'll add another div. Here we'll say music, and then we're gonna add a drop down. Okay, now this drop down has some value, so it has the default value. Okay, so default value I will pass it as a none. Then it has the options. Now in this case the option is music uh, list. Okay, then we want to add the label. So label, we can just keep the label for now. Okay, so I will just add empty value, and then we want to add handle input change. Now obviously this handle input change has the value, and obviously over here I'm going to set the value. For now I will just add a console with the value. Okay, now let's test this out. Obviously we need to update some styling. So over here, so first thing I want to bring all of this in one line. So over here, let me format this document first, and we'll give flex. Okay, like this. So we want these two in one line. So we have one div, and then okay, so we need to put this inside this div. Okay, perfect. Now we have this both the section, perfect. And then for this div we'll say width to be full. Okay, and save this. Here, then for this div we'll add a class name. We'll make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center. Same thing we're gonna do for this div, flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center. And this is how it will look like. Obviously for this one as well we'll add item to be in the center, so both will be in the center of the screen. And I think we not sure why, but it's not coming in one line. Okay, now after adding this width to be full, then we solve the issue. Okay, and now over here obviously is going out of that context. So over here let's add a margin right to 10, and let's see, let's make it 28. I don't think so that is helping us. That's fine. Okay, now over here if I select any of this value, you will inside the inspect panel, inside the console you will see the selected value. Okay, so let's select some other value, and here we have the result. Okay, now simply once the value is selected we need to set it to our video frames. Okay, so over here I'm just going to set that. Now here as well we can add handle input change method. Okay, and we can call this method with a value, and then the field name, in this case let's add field name over here as music. Okay, now let's implement this method because this method is not over here. So inside this constant we'll add handle input change, and then we'll get the video frames. So here we'll say set video frames as previous value. So we'll destructure this all the previous data, and along with that one it has a field, and then it has a value. So simply in this case we'll set the field and their respective value. Okay, and then save this one. Now obviously we are updating this context, so it will update everywhere throughout the application. So if I change to any other, right, it will update accordingly. Okay, now next once we have this audio file inside our Remotion composition, we need to get and display play the audio file. So for that one Remotion has the new component called audio. Okay, so make sure to import this from the Remotion. Now once you import it, and over here for this audio it has a method called volume. You can pass any volume you want. Then the source property, inside the source property you can add the static file, and then you need to provide the file name. So in this case we'll say frame dot, so in this case not a frame because the audio file is only it's a direct file. Okay, so it's not, we are not saving in frame, we are saving at the top level. So we need to get it from the video frame or from the context. So there are two ways. Either we can pass to this frame list, or simply let's get the context over here. Okay, so I will just copy this video frame context, make sure to import this use context and this one as well, and simply from the video frames dot music will get that music file. Okay, so the problem over here, right? I just replaced this file with the name. The reason that inside the drop down, if you see, we are passing the item name as a label as well as to the value. Okay, so for the testing purpose, I just change it to the name only. And now if I go over here and play it, you will see the audio file. If I change this audio to something different, see, now our video has complete effect and it's looking too good, see, right? And that's how guys you can add the audio to your video player. Okay, now obviously the animation, now background, text, everything, all the settings are now ready. Now there is a quick fix that we wanted to do before moving forward. So right now if I select any audio, so I'm able to listen the audio once we play it, right? And even though if you play to start, it should work. But if I jump to this another frame, the audio will gone. The reason for that one, because inside the track list, when we click on the any of the frame, right? Uh, we are obviously executing this use effect when the frame index get changed, and also on the frame list whenever it change, this use effect will get executed. And over here we are setting the video frames, but in this case we are setting all new value, and that's the reason the old value is gone, right? So over here simply we're gonna do a previous value. We will keep the previous value over here, and here we'll just destructurize the previous value, and then we'll add the whatever the value we want to update it. That's all we need to do. And now if I go to this any of the video and play it, and if I go to this now frame 2 and if I play this, see, it's still there, right? How cool it is. So that's how guys you need to make sure whenever you update the video frames, make sure to update with the previous information as well, or whatever the field we have previously, make sure to keep that one and update the field which you want to do. And another important thing guys, while coding you need to make sure each step you will test it by yourself, okay, so that you will find some bug and then you can take an action on that one. Now we are going to add a new section called stickers, and in that one we are going to show an animated emoji list where user can pick the animated emoji, can display it on the screen and have option to resize it or change the position. So simply go to this Remotion documentation called Remotion Animated Emoji, and here you will find how to do it. But before that, first install this animated emoji. So I will just copy this command, and inside the terminal we'll paste this. Let me close all of this tab, and you have to make sure, let's go to this package.json, and over here you need to make sure your package of animated emoji and the Remotion will be the same. Okay, so I will just copy this package and will paste it to this particular emoji. Okay, and after that just install this dependency again. Okay, so it will update your animated emoji package as well. Now let's go to the frame config, and just below to this one, let's go over here, we're gonna add the new section. Okay, so this will be a new accordion item, and here we'll rename this as a stickers. I will say sticker. For here we'll say sticker, we'll say happy, or we'll say smiley or smile as a icon. and let's save it and let's see whether it's working or not. So if I go over here, you will see the new section called sticker. Okay, now inside this, obviously currently it's using this drop down, but we want to use our own component. We'll create a new component called emoji field.jsx, add a default template. You can rename this to sticker, emoji, whatever you want. And inside here we're gonna use the scroll area. Okay, so obviously in order to use it, first we'll import this component, and then we want to use this example. Obviously we'll change the content, something like this, right? So just remove this content from here, and now we need to get the list of emojis. Okay, so in order to get the list of emoji from the documentation, if you scroll, you will see this API called get available emoji, right? And you can just call this get available emoji, and here in the response you will get the list of all the emojis. So let's copy this, and we'll also console it so that can see what result we are getting. Now once you import it, make sure to import this get available emoji statement, save it, and we need to import this emoji field over here. Now let's go back to our application, and inside the inspect panel we'll go to the console, and let's open the sticker, and here you will see the more than 400 records. Inside that we have the name of the emoji, the category obviously, but here you will see the name, the duration in second, which is the animation, okay, and lot of other things. Now we are only dealing with this name, okay, because this name we're gonna pass to the animated emoji component like this. Okay, and then you can able to see the emoji. Now if you want to see what type of emoji are there, you can just go to this link. Okay, so this emoji is provided by Google's, and here you will see bunch of different emoji and how beautifully they are animated, right? There obviously it's all others section are also there, so you can just explore this. Now in order to use it, this is the line of code that you need to use, but before that obviously we need to render this inside the scroll area. So simply over here we'll add a div. Inside that we'll use emoji list dot map. We'll say emoji comma index and the arrow function, and inside here let's define an image tag. So basically if I go to the this emoji section, right, and if I select any of this emoji, here you will see the web section, and from that one you just need to copy this image tag. Okay, so just copy this image tag and just add over here. Obviously we don't want this source and picture, just the image tag. Make sure to close this one, and after that you can give any alt tag, okay, it doesn't matter. But over here if you see this code, right, just we need to replace this code from this our emoji data. So over here first let's wrap this one, and then plus add over here like this, and inside here we'll define emoji dot code point. Okay, now this code point will be different for each of the emoji, and the name of the emoji 512 is same everywhere. Okay, now if I save this one and go back to our application, let me close this one. Over here you will see the list of emoji. Okay, we have this error regarding key props, we'll update that, but here now we have the list of emoji, right? I also already added this div with a grid option, so that's the reason it's showing in a grid format. Also let's apply key as an index over here, and I think we are good to go. If I go back, you will see this beautiful emoji, and which is completely animated, right? Now one more thing before moving forward, right, here I'm going to add a class name, and we'll add a hover effect. On hover we want to change background to gray 100. Okay, also we'll make rounded medium, and we'll add padding to 1. Now if I hover on any of this item, so actually background is same, so basically let's change background of this one. So I will make the white background for this scroll area, and when I hover this one you will see this beautiful section. Perfect. Just one more thing, let's increase this size. Let's make it 42 over here, 42, and now if I hover this one you will see the hover effect as well. Perfect. Let's make this cursor pointer as well. Okay, and then save it. Now once you save it, right, we're gonna add on click event to this one. So here we'll add on click, and to this on click event we'll add handle input change method, and here we're gonna simply pass this particular value. Okay, so I will just copy this value as it is, and then we'll pass over here. Okay, so this is basically the URL of the GIF which we are passing, and this handle input change I'm passing back to the parent component. Okay, now let's go to this frame config where we have this emoji field. Over here I will add handle input change, and basically we can copy everything as it is. Okay, and obviously we have the value now, and over here instead of this animation now we'll put the new field called sticker, and now we'll attach that sticker with a value and then save it. Now basically inside the track list, right, if you want to add that sticker component you can add it, or you can leave it as it is. Now after this one we need to display that on the video screen, right? So for that one let's go to this composition where we have all of this our area where we are adding all the content, right? And now after this text we're gonna add an absolute fill over here. Okay, and inside that we'll add image tag with the source, and inside that we're gonna simply call frame dot sticker. Okay, and then we'll add a alt tag, add emoji, we'll add a width for now as a 50 and height as 50. Obviously we're going to change this later on, but for now we'll keep as it is and then save it. Now if I scroll if I go over here, you will see this emoji currently is broken, right, because we did not select anything. But let's go to the frame 2, let's select this one, and boom, if you see now it's showing this emoji. Now the question is how to remove this broken link. So simply you can add a condition. So over here I will use the condition if absolute fill is there, right, oh sorry, the frame has the sticker, okay, then only show this image. And now if you see, for example, frame 3 don't have image, so it's not showing, but as soon as you add it, it will display it on the screen. How cool, right? So that's how guys you can display the emoji to your on your video. Currently this emoji on the top of this particular text. Okay, so if you put on the text, obviously emoji has a priority and it's on the very front side, right? But if you want to keep this emoji to the back of the text, because text is our highlight point, right, you can simply move this absolute field just above this particular text. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see the emoji is not showing on the screen. That's because this absolute fill has the background, right? And if you see over here we added the background. If I remove the background and save it, then let me go back, and if you see now it's showing on the screen, right? So to fix this, just whatever the background style color you applied, you can apply that color to this sequence. Okay, now in order to add it, I will just add a style to this sequence and simply pass this background with a background color and save it. And now you will see this emoji. Now obviously this emoji on the or just below to this particular text, because text will take a priority, and now text will be on the top of emoji. Okay, and that's what we wanted, because text is our main highlight point of this particular video. Now next we'll see how can we resize it and how can we position at the particular on the particular screen. Now adding the resize option to this emoji along with the position access is quite easy, and you can also get the example into the Remotion document under this designing video, and under that we have transformation. And here if you scroll, you will find an example how to scale any of this particular item inside your Remotion video. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and first thing after this scroll area we want to add an two option, one for the scale which resize it, okay, and other for to add the positions. Okay, so for the resize let's add a div. Inside that we'll add a label, we'll say size, and here we want to add a slider from the components. Now to this slider, we want to add we want to provide the default value. Now obviously this slider, if you remember, we already use it, and this is the example that from the shared scene. Okay, so let's copy over here. Now for now the default value I'm going to provide 0.5, okay, and maximum value I'm going to provide as a, let's say, 4, and the step here we're gonna increase with this step 0.5, okay, or maybe 0.1, okay, and from the 0.1 it will increase it. Let's go save it and let's test this out. So if you see, we have this size option. Perfect, right? Obviously we'll give some margin, so here we'll add a class name margin top to 3. Now after that one, once the size changes, we want to pass the select change value. So over here we'll say handle input change, and to this one we'll say handle input change with the value. Okay, now over here actually instead of this run, right, we need to pass it as a selected value. So over here I think we have the on value change. Actually I just remember we already have the slider field over here. Okay, see, so we can directly use, so instead of using over here, we can use it inside our frame config under this emoji field. If I scroll down over here, we can use that one. So simply we'll use a slider field, and to this slider field we want to provide a default value. Okay, let's say for now I'm hard coding it as a 0.5. Then the label I'm gonna add position, the size, and then the handle input change. Obviously this will return a value, and then we'll call handle input change with, we can, for here we can say sticker size, and okay, make sure it's a sticker size and then the value. Okay, that's how you can add it. Obviously over here you can pass as a default, or let me see in the slider field. Okay, so we just need to pass a default value and not the square. So over here we'll say frame dot sticker size. Okay, and if it's not there, then we'll pass it as a 0.5. Okay, let's save it, and over here I will save everything. Obviously right now if I change this size, right, see, nothing is happening and our video is playing, but once you select any of this one, right, we have to supposed to attach this size to this particular emoji, right? So for that one, let's go to the composition where we are displaying this emoji, and to this image we want to add a style. And if I go to this documentation, here you will find how can we scale it. You just need to provide a CSS property called transform, and over here I'm gonna pass frame dot sticker size. Okay, and then save it. And now if you see, if I change this one, it's changing the size, right, but it's quite big over here because we need to provide the maximum capacity of this one, right? So let's update the slider field. So over here we can pass a max value. The by default I will pass it as 100. Okay, and also I'm providing the step value. The by default I'm passing it as a 1. Okay, so these two value obviously we need to replace over here, one for the step and one for the max. Now we pass the default value because we already use the slider field at some other in some other component, right, and we don't want to broke that, so that's the reason we added default value. And save this one. Now inside our frame config, now over here we can pass the max value. Here we can say 4, and then step value we can say 0.5. Now if I go back and if I refresh the screen, and let's go to this frame 2 for example. Now if you see, this frame 2 has this emoji. If I go to the sticker and if I change this size, okay, let's change this. Okay, so if you see, it's changing. See, cool, right? Up to until this point it's worked. Now let's say over here, and if I go to the third one, if I change, see, it's working, right? So that's how, guys, you need to add the size. Now same thing you need to do for the position. Now if I go to this documentation and if you see the option called translate, and this translate on x-axis, translate on y-axis. Cool, right? So let's implement that one. So over here I will add a div. Inside that we'll add a slider fill. Now to the slider fill, we're gonna add a label as position x. Then we're gonna add a default value as frame dot sticker position x. Okay, and by default I will provide 100, let's say, and the handle input change also we want. So over here I will put handle input change. Over here we'll say okay, sticker position x as a handle in as a fill name and their value. Okay, I think that's what all we needed. I will copy this again and for the position y. Okay, over here I will change this to y. Over here as well I will change this to y and save it. Just make sure on the UI side this position x and y is showing on the screen. Now I will just bring this in one line. Okay, something like this, see, and let's mark this with full. So somehow it's not getting, but we'll fix that one. Okay, but right now let's update this position x and y and apply to this our image, right? So in order to do that, if you go over here, you can apply translate x something like this, see, right? So simply add that x and y, and over here I will add frame dot sticker position x, and one more time I will do it, and here instead of x we'll make it y. Okay, and now if I go over here and if I change this position, see, I'm able to change the position as well. Cool, right? Perfect. Now obviously here you can change the maximum size. Okay, for y I think this is okay, but for x we can update the maximum, so we can make it 200. So if I go to the frame config, here you can provide the max size at, let's say, 200. Okay, and now if I go over here, let me refresh this once, and if I go to the sticker over here, I don't know why it's not work. If I change the size, okay, let me check for some other. That's weird, because let me refresh again and make sure your code is correct. Okay, now after refresh, if you see, I can able to move position y, I can able to move to the position x, and I can able to change the size as well. And if you see how beautiful it's looking behind the text, right? So that's how, guys, you can update it. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. I think I forgot to update this max to this x position and not a y. So now I can move, see, perfect. Now we are going to display the video list on the dashboard once user created the video, right? So that he can come anytime on the dashboard and he can able to edit it anytime or download it. Okay, so if you see in this mockup, it's quite easy. So on the dashboard we have to fetch the user created video list from the database, and from the database we are going to show the first elements information. So in this case, if you see, we have this frame list, and from the frame list we need to show this first object list information on the screen. And then we also gonna give option like to delete, to edit, or to download the video as well. Okay, if the video is already exported by the user. Now for that one, let's go back to our application, and let me close all of this tab first, and let's go to the dashboard, and inside the page.jsx we need to get the video list. Okay, so over here we can get constant get user video list and the arrow function. So over here we say constant result is equal to await axios dot get make sure to import this axios dot get operation, and inside here we have API slash video API endpoint, right? So if I go to this API, we have this video endpoint, and to this one we'll pass let me go over here inside this inside the route.jss, and if you see it asking for video ID, we need a get operation, right? So it's asking from the parameter like video ID, but in this case we are not passing video ID. Okay, so over here we'll say fetch all, not, or we say fetch is equal to all. Okay, so this particular parameter we are going to pass, and over here we'll say async, or simply we can, if you want to keep everything as it is, you can just pass like this to fetch all the video. Okay, and once we got the video, we'll console the result first, and over here this particular method we're gonna call inside the use effect. Okay, now this method we need to call only when the user, that particular the user information is available. So we need to get the user information. Okay, and once we have this user information, obviously we need to only fetch to the only fetch the video which is belong to that particular user. So it means we need to pass the user email, right? So over here we'll say user email is equal to, and then we're gonna simply pass the user email ID to this get operation. Okay, now obviously once we have this user email, inside this get request we need to write user email is equal to search params dot get, and then we need to pass we need to get it with the help of this parameter. Okay, now over here we can write a condition if user email, okay, is available, then we are going to return value, and obviously I'm going to call same method. Okay, but instead of inside this equal to, right, we are going to pass the user email and not just ID. Okay, so over here we'll say video raw table dot created by matches with the user email. So whatever the record belongs to that particular user email, then it will fetch it, and then we're gonna pass all the result. Okay, now let's save this one, and let's save this one as well, and let's test this out. So let's go back to the dashboard page now. So I will go to the inspect panel, and inside the console we'll go to the dashboard. Over here one more thing, we need to make sure the user, whenever the user information is available, then only execute it. Okay, and I will also open the console panel. If I refresh it and go to this video API endpoint, and you will see we got the 3 result, because I also created 2 more video, and let me show you in the database. So over here if you see, these 3 records belong to the same email ID, and obviously inside the console we have this result. Perfect. Now let's go back over here and let's save this in one state. So over here inside the video list we'll pass result dot data. Now once we have this information, obviously if length is 0 or length is equal to 0, then we are showing this video create option. And now in this case, if you see, let me refresh the screen. Now this option will not display anymore, because now we have this result, right? Perfect. And over here I'm gonna create a new component to display this all the list. So inside this component folder we'll display video list .jsx, or we'll say user video list. Let's add a default template, and to this one it will accept the video list. Okay, now let's simply add a question mark, and then inside the if else condition we'll simply add a user video list. Okay, and to this one we want to pass video list as a video list and save it. Okay, now let's go to this video list, and you will see the text only called video list. Over here first thing I will give margin top to 5, and inside here now we just need to iterate the video list. the arrow function inside the div. Now first thing we need to do is to provide some width and height. So in the class name I will provide the width as a full and height to let's say 130 pixel. Okay, now for this div we'll make this as a grid. The grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller. On the medium screen size we'll also show grid column 2, but on large we'll show grid column 4. Okay, or make it 3 only. Also we'll give gap of 5, and inside this div first thing we need to display the text. So over here I will add h2 tag, and inside that, as I told you in the very start, right, we need to show the placeholder as the first frame. Okay, so from the first frame we need to show the text, the background color. Okay, so get the text. So in order to get a text, if you see, we have the frame list, and inside that we have the text. So over here we'll say video dot frame list of 0th element dot text, and if it's not there, so I added double question mark, then just show the text called hello world. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, so over here if you see, we have the error saying video frame list 0 is not defined. Okay, so maybe you can add a condition. So over here inside the video, if you see, we again have the video data, and then we have the frame list. So over here we have video data, and then we have the frame list. Okay, now let's save this one and let's test this out. Now if you see, we have the three section, and for the three we have these three different option. Okay, here we need to add a key property, so we can add, let's add one more div, and to this one we'll add this property. Perfect. Okay, and now over here we can add a background. You can add it inside the style. So here we'll say a background will be the video dot frame data. So I will copy everything as it is dot, and here we'll say bg color. Okay, let's save it. Now if the color is empty, then we'll simply gonna show a black color. Okay, and if you see, we have this initial color. Perfect, right? After that, let me, yeah, so over here first, now let's add flex item to be in the center and justify in the center. So text will be in the center. Let's change the height, let's make it 170. Perfect. Now let's give some rounded corner. So over here I will add a rounded corner large. Okay, we can add a border as well, so that's look much better. Now let's make it XL and let's see how it looks. Perfect. Also for this text, right, we'll add a style. Oops, sorry. And for this one we're gonna give a text color. So over here I will add a color as text color, otherwise we'll show a white color. Perfect. And now every first frame has their own color as well. That's look much better now. On that one, right, I'm going to add an edit icon when we hover on any of this image. So inside the same div, I'm going to add one more div, or we can do one thing. Let me cut it from here and let me paste it here. We'll add an edit icon. Okay, so if I go over here, you will see this edit icon, right? Now for this div, let's make it absolute. Okay, and once you make this absolute, let's add a top to 0. Let's see whether it's coming. So if you see, it's coming at very top, but you can provide, or better, you can add this inside this div. Okay, and then you can make this div as a relative, so it will be inside this one. Perfect. Now over here we'll provide a width full, height full, and then on how we want to display, right? So over here for this div we'll make it a group, okay, so that over here I will make the opacity first as a 0, but on hover we'll make the opacity as, let's say, 45, okay. And this is not just a hover, but this need to be a group hover because it is inside this particular div. Now if I hover on this one, you will see this edit button, right? Perfect. Now also on this part we are going to add flex item to be in the center, justify in the center, and then make sure the edit button is in the center of the screen, and over here we'll add a background black. See, okay, so something like this. Obviously I will make a rounded corner XL. Perfect. And then we'll make cursor pointer as well. Perfect. Okay, now just below to this one we are going to add in some option, okay, as I told you in the beginning. So over here we'll add a new div. Inside this we'll add an edit icon, then we will add trash icon, and then we'll add a download icon. Okay, I will put the trash at the last, and then we'll make this class name flex, gap of 3, and let's see how it looks. Perfect. Let's make item to be in the center, and we'll say, let's say justify between first, how it looks. I think instead of justify between, we'll make justify in on the right hand side, and we'll give more gap. Okay, we'll give margin top to 2, so something like this. Okay, for each of them just click on this one and press command key, not command key, I think on, if you are using the Windows, then you can use the command key, otherwise you can use the option key on a Mac, and you can edit all 3 at a time. So over here we'll add a height of 3, width of 3, save it, and let's see how it looks. I think that's too smaller, so here I will add height of 4 and width of 4. Much better now. Okay, and these are some icon we added. Also we'll make this cursor pointer, so whenever we hover on this one, the cursor will change. Okay, I think that's enough UI we can do. Okay, but if you want to add more thing into that one, you can just add it. Now next, on the click of this edit, right, we want to navigate user to the edit section. So over here I will add a link tag, we'll add a h reference, and simply we're gonna navigate to the editor slash and the video ID. So in this case the video ID is video dot video ID. Okay, and then close this tag and save it. Now if I go back and click on this edit icon, you will see it's navigating to this edit page. Cool, right? Same thing we're going to do on the click of this one. So over here I will just copy the same link tag, and then we'll wrap this particular div inside the link. Okay, so just copy this div and make sure you'll wrap this particular div over here. Okay, I think it's outside of this div. Perfect, and save it. Now if I click on this one, okay, so we have error frame nan is finite. Okay, let's change it because we don't, the slide left animation was not working, and if you see the other page is working as expected. Okay, because we are just I was just doing some testing and all. And now if I play this video, see, let me play it from start. See, cool, right? Obviously you have option to add a sticker inside here. You can obviously change the position, change the size, and you can do lot of other things. How cool. So guys, let me know if you have any question, any doubt until this point, because I hope until this point you are understood everything. Okay, and if you have any question, any doubt, you can always reach out to me. Okay, this issue regarding this side left, okay, That's because the frame is not finite over here, okay, and so that's the reason, because we are not passing a frame in animation.jsx. So you can just add a condition over here. Now to fix this issue inside this remotion composition, first thing you need to do is to add the if is nan is from frame, then make sure the from frame is 0 by default. And also inside the animation I added this condition called if nan is nan frame or the from frame, then return 0. Okay, and now if I go back, let's refresh this. Okay, let me go back and refresh the screen, and if I open any of the frame, and if you see, now we don't have that anymore error. Okay, so this is different error, maybe because of the key, but everything is working fine. And if I play the video, we have the beautiful video section. Cool, right? So that's how you need to update it and remove that error. Now once you click on this generate with AI, then we are going to redirect user to the new screen, and on that one we are giving option to enter the topic on which user want to generate the video, the duration of the video, how long the video user want, and then after clicking generate button, it will start generating the content with the help of Gemini AI model. Okay, and once we have the content in our own format, then it automatically generates the video. Okay, now over here, first thing I'm gonna add a header, and after that we'll add a div. Now inside this div we'll add a h2 tag, and I will just copy the text from the mockup, and over here we'll give class name font bold, text is of 3XL. Okay, now for this div we'll make it flex column item to be in the center, justify center, and over here we'll add a padding x to 10. When the screen size is medium, we'll add padding x to 32, and on large screen we'll add padding x to 48. Okay, and then save it. Also let me bring this down, and we'll give margin top to 10. Now if I go back to our application, so this is how it will look like. Perfect, right? Then we want to add a div, and we'll add a label, we'll say topic, and then we want to add a text area where user can enter his topic. So obviously for this text area I will add a class name to width to full, and for this div we'll add a class name, we'll say width to full, but also we're going to provide a width maximum width to XL, so something like this. Now let's add some margin top, so margin top to 7, and that's how it will look like. Over here you can add more margin, or another way that you can do it, give height to screen. So what it will do, it will keep your content in the center of the screen. Okay, or we can give to 80%. I don't think so 80% is working, but let's do one thing. Over here we'll just keep margin top to 24. Perfect. Now after that we want to add a drop down for the duration, right? So in order to add that one, we can use the existing drop down component. Okay, so let's add one div. Over here we'll say select duration of video, and here as well you can add a bigger label, and instead of this one you can add a drop down. Now to this drop down, this is our own drop down, and to this drop down you need to provide a default value. Here I will add as a, let's say 4-second video, let's say 10-second, let's say 8. Then the handle input change value we need to add. Obviously it will return a value, and that value we need to save it. So for now I will just console it, and after that we also need to add options. Okay, now in order to send an option we need to send some options. Okay, so over here get the duration option, okay, is equal to array dot from, and inside that we can provide the length. So length you can give, let's say 60 seconds. The maximum video you can create a video is of 60 seconds. And then you can mention over here item, slash index, and then we'll say index plus 5. Okay, so it will increment for every 5 seconds. Let's say default value to 5 for now. Okay, perfect. And then save this one. Now let me console this duration option first, and we'll see whether we are getting the list of array or not. So I will just comment this drop down, go to the inspect panel, and inside the console, let me refresh this, and once it refreshes you will see we got the result. Okay, so we have 5, 6, 10 up to 65 or 4, whatever, right? Perfect. Over here we can give just length to let's say 10, and then I updated to into 5 instead of plus. Okay, so it will give you the in the range of 0, 5 to 10 or up to 45. Perfect, right? So that's how you can do it. And once you have the all the duration option, just pass to this as a default option. So over here we'll say duration option, and then save it. Now if I go back, okay, so over here if you see it has the pass a client component props. Obviously we need to change this to this particular page to client side, and now let's refresh it. You will see all the options. Okay, obviously over here you can add the value as a second, but it's up to you. Okay, or you can just say in second. Okay, and save. Now after that we need to add a button. So over here I will add a button, and it will just say generate, and save it. Okay, obviously this button will look like this. Let's give some margin and padding. So over here we'll say width to full, margin top to 5. And we'll say maximum width to Excel only. Now after this we need to save the user enter topic and the drop down option. So over here we'll create a two new state, one to hold the topic comma set topic is equal to use state, and then we also need a value to hold duration comma set duration is equal to use state. Okay, now once user entered the topic information, over here we have the method called onChange which will emit the event e, and then we'll set the topic using event dot target dot value. In this one, whatever the value user entered, we'll get that one, and we are just setting that one. Then for the drop down as well, over here I will just set the duration. Okay, now I will also make sure this button is disabled until we have the, if we don't have the topic, then here we'll say topic dot length greater than 0, or if you don't have the duration. Okay, so if duration not duration, then it will disable the button. Now if I go back, and over here if you see the button is disabled. Now if I put some topic and select some duration, right now, okay, so duration is not working. Let's add duration dot length greater than 5 or greater than 0, we can say. Okay, and let's see. So if I select the duration, that's where, oh my bad, so if the duration is less than equal to 0, so if it's less than equal to 0, then we are disabling. But here make sure you will put AND operator, because both the conditions should match. Okay, perfect. And if I remove this one, I don't know why it's enabling. Also over here I just provide the default value so that I can calculate length and the duration, and depends on that one I'm just disabling this button. Okay, now let's save it, and here already we are setting that one. Perfect. Now once user click on the generate, so over here we'll write a method called constant on generate click. We'll write a method, and in this method first we will create a new record to database, and then we're gonna generate content for video using AI. Okay, so let's attach this on generate click to this particular method. So over here we'll say on click, and we'll call this method. And now in order to create the new record, right, we already have the API for that one, so simply we're gonna call that API. So inside the API, inside the video, we have the route, and inside here if I go to this post request, over here we are adding the record. Right now for this one we need to pass a video ID as well as the user email. So simply over here let's get the user detail first. So constant user is equal to user, and then over here we're going to call constant result is equal to await axios dot post request slash API slash video, and inside that we'll pass a video ID, and then we're going to pass a user email. The user email will be the user dot primary email address dot email address. Now for the video ID, let's generate the video IDs using UUID4. So it will generate the unique identifier for our video and we'll pass that one. Let's make this as async. And once we have the result, so over here we'll just console the result dot data and save it. Okay, now this particular one will just create a record with the video ID, and now this video ID we're gonna help us to pass it to generate the content as well. But over here obviously we need to write a prompt, and we also need to set up the Gemini AI model. Okay, so that's what we are going to see next. Now over here if you see, once we click on generate with AI, we added the new entry to the database. Okay, that logic we already implemented, and then now we need to set up a Gemini API model, and once we generated the content, then we're gonna save that to a database. So let's go back over here, and inside our ai.google.dev you will find this AI model for Google Gemini API, and just click on this get API key in Google AI Studio. It will jump on the studio. Over here you will find this API key. Okay, so we'll get back to that point, but first go to this create new prompt, and over here you need to write a prompt to generate the content. And here I already created one prompt. Okay, so I will keep it for free for you guys inside the template. And if you see, I provided this default frame list. Okay, and then once you run this one you will see the response. Now this response, if you observe, which is similar like the one which we are already saving and created through our application, right? And the same format we have to generate the JSON response. Now once this response is generated, right, then simply go to this get code. Over here if you want to change the, I don't see the type, but that's fine. Just go to this get code, and over here make sure to select the JavaScript, and you need to copy everything as it is. Once you copy, then go back to the config folder. So over here I will just go to this config folder, and inside that we'll create an AI model.js file. Over here just paste whatever you copied. Right now first thing you need to do is to import or install the generative AI SDK. Okay, so simply run a command. Okay, so over here I will run a command npm I and this particular command generative AI and click enter. Once it is installed, you need to get the Gemini API key. So just go to this .env file. Over here we'll add next_public Gemini API key is equal to, and then this Gemini API key, you will get it inside this AI Studio. Okay, so let's save this prompt. So I will just save this prompt as well. Oh, so over here I don't see the option to save it, but yeah, make it save, and I will just log in. And once it is saved, let's go to this get API key, and over here if you don't have API key, create a new one. I already have. I will just copy this one and then inside .env paste it here and save it. Okay, perfect. Once you are done with this one, just remove this function because we don't want that one. Over here I will say export generate AI video data as our AI model name, okay, which I exported. We don't need to run this method, and over here this particular calling we are doing at outside of this particular AI model. Okay, now let's save it as you are exporting this particular model, so you can use it throughout the application. Okay, now once you are done with this one, over here we need to call that AI model. But the problem over here, let me go back to our mockup. When you are calling the Gemini API AI model, it will take some time to generate the data, right? Maybe a 4 second or 10 second. It depends on the how much big data you are pulling it. And in meantime, you cannot show the loading indicator, right? So to fix this issue, we are going to use or we are going to run these all the tasks in the background, including the saving of the data. Okay, and we'll run everything in background. So in order to run your this big kind of task in the background, we are going to use the ingest function. So ingest function is nothing but the uh, service where you can easily run any background task. Okay, so ingest is a durable function to replace the queue, state management, or any scheduling, and enable for a developer to write a reliable step function faster without touching any infrastructure. The how cool it is, right? Also, ingest is free to use, and if you have any AI workflow task or any email scheduling, you can done or you can implement it with the help of ingest, and it is quite easy to integrate as well. Also, you can run it locally with the ingest dev server, or once you run your application on the production, you can also deploy ingest function for free on a cloud service like Vercel, Netlify, or AWS as well. Okay, so first thing you need to do to add the ingest into your application. Okay, so simply go to this ingest documents, and inside that you will find this Next.js section. Now this particular exact documentation link I will keep in the description, so you can just click on that one. And once you are on this particular document, first thing you need to do is to install this ingest. So copy this command, go back to your application, and simply install this. Once you install this, you can just run the ingest dev server locally. So I will just copy this command and we'll run this locally. And if you see, currently the ingest dev server is running on this particular port, localhost 8288 run. Okay. Now over here you will see this you can monitor each of the function which you run it, then the stream, you can manage your app and the functions as well. Now the next part is we need to initialize the ingest. So if I go to this documentation over here, if you scroll down, we need to create a ingest client. And in order to create an ingest client, you need to create a new folder called ingest, and inside that you need to create a file name called client. And inside that we'll just simply copy this line of code. Okay, so inside the root directory here, let me save everything, and inside the root directory we'll create a new folder called ingest. Inside that we'll create a new file called client.js and then paste this line of code. Okay, now you can give any application name. Here we'll say generate promo video and save. After this, you need to define the ingest API route. So using this ingest.route.js file. So simply go to your app API folder and inside that we'll create a new folder called Inngest. Inside that we'll create a route.jsx file and simply paste this line of code. Okay, so it will it has a get post and put request, but under this function, whenever you create any ingest function, you have to make sure you will add that function name over here. Okay, that I will teach you how to do it. Now once you are done with this one, now we'll create a new ingest function. Okay, now in order to create an ingest function, you can create a new file called function.js. Okay, and inside that you can write your function. You can try this hello world, but we can write directly. Also, the most important thing over here, we're gonna use a step run operation which help us to run your API call or whatever function call you are making step by step, okay, one after other, and that's very helpful when you are running a big chunk of operation in the background. So let's go back to the ingest folder inside this root directory, and inside here we create a function.js file. Inside this we create a export constant generate AI video data as a function, and inside that we'll write ingest dot create function, and over here we'll provide the ID. So we'll say generate AI video data. Then we need to provide the event name. So in this case we'll give event name as AI slash generate video data. Okay, and this event name is very helpful because with the help of this event name you can call or trigger or call the any function. Okay, and this should be a unique. After this we'll simply say async, and inside that we'll pass event, it means it will emit the event and the step and the arrow function. So now for this function we are going to accept some of the parameter. So first is prompt, okay, then the user email, and then user ID. Okay, I think we don't need to, oh sorry, this need to be a video ID. You don't need a user email, just these two parameters, and over here this data you can get it with the help of event.data. After this over here we'll call a method called generate AI content. Okay, and once the content is generated, then we need to update our record using video ID. Okay, so in order to generate this content, simply we'll say constant generate video data is equal to await step dot run. Now this step run is very important because we have to make sure once this step is complete, then only execute this step, right? And that's the reason we are using this step dot run. Over here we'll say generate AI video data. You can give any label over here, and in the sync over here we'll say constant result is equal to await, and we're gonna simply call this AI model called generate AI video data. Make sure to import this dot. So I think we need to change this name AI model, something like this, okay, because the name is quite similar. So over here now make sure to import this, and then we'll say send message, and inside that we'll simply pass the prompt. Okay, now this will execute in the background obviously, and whatever result we'll get it, we'll simply say constant, and you can just get this result like this, result.response.text. Okay, so I will just return this, and I will make sure I will pass this data. Okay, now one more quick thing we need to do inside the AI model. If you see over here, we need to update this environment variable with our next public Gemini API key environment variable. So make sure to update that, and also the response MIME type over here, make sure it will be a application/JSON. Okay, and then save it. Now this particular history will help us to put the similar kind of response when it's generate a new response from the AI. Now inside the function, once we get the data, make sure to parse it, and then it will automatically come to this generate video data. Now over here we'll save this, or we update the information. So over here we'll say constant update record is equal to await step dot run. Here we'll say update record using video ID, and here we'll say async, and inside that we'll simply write constant result is equal to await db dot update, and we need to update the video raw table. We need to set a value for video data, and the response will be this generate video data. And over here we need to add a condition where equal to, after that we need to add video raw table dot video id matches with the video id which we are passing. Okay, I will just confirm the video data is correct. Yeah, perfect, right? And once we have that, we can also return the result. So over here we'll say returning video raw table. Perfect. And this two method, obviously we are going to call it, and once we have the last result, over here we'll return the updated record. Over here make sure to return the result, guys. Okay, and save it. Now your function is now ready. Now simply copy this generate AI video data, and this function name you need to add inside your Inngest API under this function array, something like this. Now make sure to import this one as well. So over here I will just import it from this ingest function and then save it. Now in order to trigger this function, okay, simply go to this section called trigger your function from the ingest dev server, or you can even trigger from your code as well. Okay, now in order to trigger, you just need to write ingest.send. Over here you need to give the name of your event, and then you can pass the data, and that's all you need to do. Now over here inside the data I will add a new file called prompt.jsx. Okay, and inside that I will just export constant prompt is equal to, and then we'll pass, okay, let's pass in the form of string. To add this one, right, so that we can directly access from here. But over here instead of this topic I will just add the string, we'll say topic, user topic. Okay, and also for the second I will say user duration. Okay, and obviously we're going to replace this with a user's information, and everything I'm going to keep as it is. Let's save it and let's go back to the .jsx file. Now over here, in order to call that function, we'll create an API. Okay, so simply go to this API folder, and inside that we'll create a new folder, or a new we'll just create a new folder called create AI content, and inside here we'll create a route.js file. Now we'll say export async function, and this will be the post request. Now from this request we'll get the prompt, and then we also get the video ID. Okay, is equal to await request.json, and in the return it will simply return the next response.json. Okay, now in order to call or trigger this ingest function, let's go to this documentation, and you can just copy this line of code. Okay, and just paste it here. Now over here if you see we have this ingest, make sure to import this ingest from our client, then send, and here we need to provide the event name. So the function name from the event. So over here if you see this function has this event name, so let's copy it paste it here, and under the data we'll pass the prompt as a prompt and video ID as video ID, and and that's what we are accepting over here through this event.data. Okay, and once it is run over here, we'll simply write result as event sent. Perfect, right? And then save it. Now let's go to our page.jsx file from the create AI video, and over here we'll call this method. So inside that we'll say constant AI result is equal to await db axios dot post request, and inside that simply call slash API slash our endpoint name is create AI video, and inside this one we'll pass our data. Okay, so in our case the video ID we already have, right? And then we need to pass a prompt. Now to get the prompt, right, first maybe over here we'll get the prompt data using prompt dot, I think just a prompt because it is already importing from here, and then we'll replace, we need to replace first thing we need to replace the user topic with the topic, and also we want to replace the duration. So here we'll select it as a user duration. Make sure you are also replacing the curly braces, okay, with the duration. And once we have this prompt, we're gonna pass this prompt as well, and then we'll get the AI result will be a data. Oh, just remove this and then save. Now next, inside the middleware.js, make sure your API ingest is publicly available. Okay, this is very important. Otherwise, you cannot see your application is getting sync with the ingest dev server. Okay, now once if you see our application is now sync with this in dev server automatically, and under the function you will see our function name. Cool, right? Now obviously you have option to invoke from here as well, but we already written a code to invoke this function. And inside this stream you will see once the function is trigger that function, data you will find over here. Now let's go back over here. Okay, let me go back and click on create new video. I will click on generate with a new AI. Here we'll say iPhone 16 launch. Okay, so this promo video I'm planning. Now you can set the duration. Let's say you want to make it for 10 seconds and simply click generate. Now as soon as you click generate, obviously nothing is happening on the front side, but over here if you see our function is now running and now it's done as well. If I open this one over here, you will see the complete payload. Okay, and along that you will see the output over here, see, and this is output is generated. Cool, right? Now inside the run, if I go over here, you will can find all the details. Okay, so what is the output, what is the payload you did it, how much time it took to complete this particular job, and it took 5 seconds. Okay, and that's the reason we are using ingest, and it's already taking care of all the background tasks for us. Now over here obviously we need to redirect user to the home page as soon as we created the record, right? We will do that in a moment, but if inside our database you will see the new record get added. Okay, if I go back over here, and this is the new video get created automatically. If I open this one, and if you see now our video is generated. If I play this video over here, it started playing the video as well. How cool, right? So obviously it's very small video I just created for 4 seconds. Okay, and obviously if you want to make changes, you can add emoji, you can add lot of other things, and you can modify according to your requirements. But basic thing with this one, that creating the or generating this content for our video with the help of AI model, and that task we are running on with the help of ingest function. Now the thing is, let's go back to our application, and inside the page.js. Okay, once this data is generated, simply okay, so after this one we are going to, once the function is triggered, we are going to redirect user to the dashboard page. So over here I am going to define a router is equal to use router, and use router, make sure it is importing from the next/navigation. So I will import from the next/navigation, and as soon as you have the data, you can simply make it router dot, you can make it replace as well. Okay, so replace, and over here we'll say slash dashboard. Okay, let me remove this one, and also I will define one more state over here in for a loading is equal to use state. Okay, and initially we'll make this false. As soon as you click on generate, it will make, you can make the loading as a true, and once it is done, we'll make the set loading as a false. And obviously when the loading is true, we will just disable this button, or we can also show the icon. So over here, if the loading is true, you can add a loading in the loader, you can add a loader like this. Okay, you can animate this loader, so just add animate spin class from the Tailwind CSS, otherwise you can use this generate text simply. Okay, so what we did mistake, oh, so this loader need to be here only, perfect. Okay, and then save it, and let's test this out again. So I will create a new video generated from AI. Here in this case we'll say celebrating YouTube 50k subscribers. Okay, and set the duration, click generate, and if you see, we have this beautiful loading, and as soon as it's done, it redirect you to the home screen. Okay, in meantime our ingest function is completed as well, and if I refresh, you will see the new record as well. Boom, see, right? Now obviously you can modify it according to your requirements. This is just a simple one, right? But it's up to you how you want to edit it and what are the other things you want to add to your video. Now next we're gonna see how can we show that this video is getting generated, right? And this status we need to add it when ingest is working on your task behind the scene. So that indicator is very important to the user. Also quick thing, obviously whenever you create a new video, we want it as a first place. So simply inside our API, and when we are fetching this all the what we call video list, here you can add order by clause. So dot order by, and here we'll say descending order on video raw table dot id. Okay, and then save it, and now you will see this will come to first. If I refresh it, perfect. Now when we create an AI video, it takes some time to generate the data with the help of AI. So in the meantime, we can show that the loading indicator on the dashboard that your data is generating, and as soon as it generate, then we can show the actual video thumbnail over here. Okay, so in order to implement that inside our database, we are going to add a new column called status, and by default we can keep the default value as pending, and once it is generated, then we'll change this to active or ready state. Okay, so let's go back to our schema file. So just go to the schema.js, and inside the video raw table we'll add a new table, or sorry, new column, and we can call it as a status. Okay, and this will be a varchar, and the default value we can say pending. Okay, or we can say generated or generating, pending, whatever. and that's all you need to do, and then save it. Now once you make these changes, let's go to the let's stop the studio, just push these changes to the database, and then just run the studio. Once you run the studio, refresh this screen so that you will see the new column get added as a status, and if you see, currently showing as a pending. So I have updated to active because this is already generated, right? So that's why. Now let's go to our ingest function. Okay, so inside this function, and if you see here, we updating the record, right? Currently we are just updating video data, but obviously once we have that one, we can also update the status to active, something like this. Okay, once the content is ready, and then save it. Now inside your dashboard screen, so let's go to the dashboard. So inside the dashboard where we have page.jsx, right? And here we are showing the user video list, and over here we are going to show whether the content is ready or not. So over here, instead of showing this text over here, I will just add something like this, and we'll say video dot status is equal to, if it's active, then show the actual value, otherwise we want to show load generating. Okay, and also we're gonna show the loading indicator over here, the loader icon added. Okay, over here we'll add a class name in order to spin it, so we'll add animate spin effect. And also this particular condition I'm gonna add to this particular div. Okay, I think I want to add complete div. Oh, so this div, okay, we can add. So because we don't want to show the icon as well, so if it's there, it's active state, then only we can show that. Otherwise I want to hide this one, but over here we'll add a condition, and same thing, we will show this h2 tag with the loading icon. Okay, and then save it. Okay, as simple as that. Now let's check the current value. So if you currently check, it's still showing as a okay, so now we are good over here. If you see, everything is working as expected. Now let's try to generate a new video, and we'll say generate with AI. We'll add a topic. So I added this topic. Let's select the value and say click generate, and if you see, it's showing as a generating. Obviously we can fix this one. Okay, but right now in background, obviously it will take some time to generate it, and if you see ingest function, now it's completed. But even though it's completed, it's still showing because we are not checking with the database whether it is updated or not. Okay, so let's implement that one as well. Now it's time to render our application with the help of cloud. And there are two ways that you can do it. One is the AWS Lambda function, and another is GCP Cloud Run. Now, talking about the setup wise, both are same, okay? But in the AWS Lambda function, you need to make a request to increase the AWS concurrency limit. By default, it's only 10 concurrency, and for this one, we need more than 100 or maybe 1000 or 2000, okay? And it's completely free. Both the services are free to use, so don't worry. But the thing is, once you put a request, it takes 24 to 48 hours to approve your request. It might be denied, and that's the reason I will suggest not to go with the Lambda, but rather we'll go with the Cloud Run, which is GCP based Cloud Run. Now it's little bit easier to set up than Lambda. Okay, so simply first go to this documentation called Remotion Docs Cloud Run Alpha. Obviously, once you are in this Remotion documentation, you will find this option, and then click this setup option. Over here, first thing you need to do is to install the Remotion Cloud Run SDK. So I will copy this command, go back to your application. Let me close all of this tab first, and inside the terminal, make sure to install it. Now over here, if you see, I added. Now make sure to update this version to 4.0.234, because inside our application our Remotion is of 4.0.234 version. Okay, so you have to make sure that all the version related to Remotion will be in the same version. Now once you install, let's go to the next step, and then you need to create a new project inside your Google Cloud Console. So just click on this manage resources, and then you will jump on this particular page. Let me close all of this tab, and in the meantime let me see whether it's installed or not. And if you see, the package is installed successfully. Next, you need to create a new project. So just click on this create project, and here you need to give a project name. Here we'll say Remotion video render. Okay, you can give any name, doesn't matter. And once you have that, once you add that one, you can select or you can create a new option. I will keep as it is, and then make sure to create. Now if you see, currently it is creating Remotion video render project, but in meantime you have to enable the billing in the GCP project. If you did not enable project, it might not work. Okay, now you might have question, does it charge you? Right now it does not charge you until a certain limit, but it will charge you very less amount after you cross the free tier limit. Okay, so don't worry about it, and you can always set up a budget into a billing option. And right now if you see our project is created, select that project. Okay, and once you select over here, you will see that project is selected. Obviously you can click on this drop down, and you can also jump to the other project as well. Okay, next thing, once the billing is enabled, obviously you can enable this billing by going to this billing section, add your credit, debit or account information, and then you are good to go. Next thing, you need to open this cloud shell. Okay, so make sure you are on this, or you selected the project, and here you will see this icon called activate cloud shell. Just click on this. Again, it's a free. Okay, and it will open the inbuilt cloud for you. So let me clear this first. And once you open the cloud, you need to run this particular command. So copy this complete command, don't miss out anything. Okay, and copy this, go back to your application, and just simply paste it here. Now once you paste it, it will ask you it will give you two options. One is to set up a cloud rendering, and another is set up environment. Now click one first. Okay, and then click enter. Now over here I will little bit zoom it for you, and then it will do some background job. It will add some dependency and everything, and it started setting up your project. Now next question, do you want to apply the above run? Say yes. Okay, just type yes and click enter. And after that it will ask you, do you want to generate .ini file for your code base? Again say yes. Once you say yes, it will create the .env file, and then it will create a environment file. Now the next step is you need to get these environment variables, whatever the variables are there. Okay, so over here just type this command called cat.env. It will give you this key. Copy all of this information as it is. Okay, and then simply go back to your project, open .env, and here paste your key. Okay, so it has the GCP private key, client email, and project ID. That is very important. Okay, now once you done with this one, you need to delete this key. So just run this remove.env. So I will just click remove.env, and it will delete your key from the virtual machine. Now next thing, this is optional, but make sure to run this one. So run this command called cloud permission. So it will check whether do you have all the permission or not. You have to run this on your local project. So just run this one and make sure that all the permission are now active. And if you see, all the permission are active for me. Next thing, you need to deploy your service. So just click on this one, copy this command, and then simply paste it here. Now it will deploy the Cloud Run service, and if you see, the service URL is now ready. Just copy this service URL. This is very important. Okay, for now obviously we don't we might need this one, but over here I will say Remotion GCP service URL and then paste this key. Okay, sorry, paste this URL. And next, let's go back over here. You need to deploy your site. So just copy this, all the line of code, go back over here and paste this. Now over here, first thing you need to do is to change this your entry point. Now our entry point is Remotion. Inside the Remotion folder we have this index.jsx. So just give this path. So Remotion slash index.jsx. Okay, and then you can give the site name. Right now I will keep the site name as it is because I don't want to uh, uh, confuse you. Okay, and also if you want to redeploy anything, you once you make the change, this is very important so that you can keep this constant. And or just I will update that promo video site, I will say. Okay, and make sure to remember this site name, then click enter, and once you enter it will start deploying your application. So we'll wait, and if you see it's uploading and boom, it is ready. Now this is your server URL. Just open this server URL on a browser, just copy it, paste it here, and boom, your local studio now is running on the cloud. How cool, right? And obviously you can run everything like you are running on the local, and you have now dedicated URL for that one. But we don't want to stop here. We want to render our application. Okay, obviously for render, this particular studio running on the cloud is very important, and that's what we did it. Now next thing, you can render a video. Okay, so there are a couple of ways that you can render it with the help of CLI. Okay, just to test it whether it's working or not, or with the help of Node.js, which we are going to also implement it. Okay, so on the click of export button, obviously we are going to run this line of code, but for now let's try to render it through this CLI. So I will copy everything as it is, and if you see, we need to replace this serve URL, composition ID, and the cloud run URL as well. Okay, now before this, let's copy this serve URL and I will paste it over here inside the .ini, and here we'll say Remotion GCP serve URL and then paste this. Okay, let's save this one, and obviously let's copy this all the command and paste it here. Now first thing we need to do is to add the cloud run URL at the last. So we already have the cloud run URL, which is this one. Then if I go back, we need to give a composition ID. So let's update the composition ID and the serve URL. So let's update the serve URL first. So serve URL is nothing but this particular studio URL. Okay, and then the composition ID is nothing but this composition ID. Okay, so I will just delete this and I will replace with our own composition ID. Okay, and then click enter. Once you click enter, if you see, it start building your video, and then once it is rendered successfully, you will get an output URL of your video. And right now if you see, it's rendering. Okay, and this is 13, 14 or 15% it's completed, and so we'll wait. So I will pause the video, and boom, if you see, we got this public URL and here is your video. So let's open this particular URL and you will see that your video is now rendering on the screen. How cool, guys, right? And obviously here you have option to download the video as well. So that's how, guys, you can render the video with the help of GCP Cloud Run, and that's quite easy to do it as well, right? So if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now next step we want to do is on the click of export button, we want to render it so that user can download the video, right? So for that one, let's go to this documentation and then click on this node.js option. Now on the click of this export button, we want to render it on the cloud, and obviously we have all the setup, but right now we just test it out with the help of rendering through the CLI, right? And instead of that one, we want to run this on the click of this export button. So for that one, we are going to use this Node.js code. Okay, and it's very easy to use with the help of the Inngest function because it takes some time to render the video in the cloud, right? And Inngest will take care of your job. And once it is completed, you have option to send email to the user that the rendering is completed. Now it's available to download your video. So first thing, let's go to the render video section. Click Node.js instead of CLI because we just tested this out. Once you are on the Node.js, first thing, copy this import statement, go back to your project, and inside this ingest function, we're gonna create a new function. Over here, I will rename, give the documentation as render video using cloud run on export button click. Okay, so whenever you are accessing the source code, you will get to know much better. Now over here we'll say export constant render cloud video, and over here we'll say ingest dot function, or sorry, create function, and inside that we'll write id. The id will be render video, and then we need to write event name. In event name we'll write render promo video. After that we'll say async. Inside that we have event comma type, sorry, this need to be a step, and then arrow function. Now over here obviously we'll get some information. Okay, so one is the video frames we need to pass is equal to event dot data. Obviously I will tell you how to do it because we already done it in our generate AI video data function, right? So same way we have to do it. And over here first we'll render video using cloud, and then once rendering complete, we'll send email to user after render complete. Okay, now over here we'll say constant render video is equal to await step dot run because we want to run this method and then it will go to this one. Okay, that's the reason the step run we'll use. Over here we'll say render promo video using cloud run, we'll say async, and the arrow function. Now obviously we need to copy this import statement. We already copied, but let's paste it here. After that we need to copy this line of code, okay, which will generate the service name for us. So we'll add this over here. After that we need to copy this to trigger the rendering. So I will paste it here. Okay, for now I'm not passing anything, okay, because we want to test it with the existing value. Now over here we need to pass a serve URL, and we already saving inside your .env file. So this is Remotion GCP serve URL. So over here we'll say process.env and then serve URL, and this is the composition name we need to provide, which is promo video. I will just make sure by going to this root, and if you see we have this composition ID. Input prop, I'm going to keep this as it is for now, and everything is looks good to me. And over here we'll say result type is equal to success, then it will return the bucket name and the render ID. So over here we'll just console this one, and obviously I will return it as result dot bucket name, okay, or let's say public URL. Okay, so public URL contain, hopefully it contain, I'm not exactly sure, but I will just paste this another value which is the cloud storage URI, and then also I'm gonna public URI. Okay, we'll find out which one is correct and then save this one. And the next step, I think that's all we need to do. Now once this function is ready, you need to export this one. Now in order to export this function, first go to this API. Inside that we have ingest, right? And inside here we need to add this render cloud video. Okay, so this is very important. Now inside this ingest dev server, make sure this function name will appear. So I will refresh this one, and after refresh you will see the new function with the name render video. Okay, now let's go to this API, and I created new endpoint called render. Inside that I added route.jsx with a post request, and simply over here we'll get the data first. So over here we'll say constant video frames is equal to await. So request.json. Okay, so obviously for this API we are going to pass a body with the name video, with the field video frames, and then we're gonna trigger the ingest function using ingest.send, and then inside that we need to provide the event name. So obviously go to the function, and this is our event name. Just copy as it is, paste it here, and then we need to pass the data. So over here we'll say video frames as video frames. Okay, and obviously video frames contain all the information, and along with that actually I'm also going to pass a video ID because we want to store the generated output. So let's pass video ID as video ID. Oh, sorry, video ID, and make sure to pass it to the body. And over here as well, inside the function along with the video frames, I will also accept video ID. Okay, perfect. Now once you define this request, go to the editor where we have I created this export button. Okay, now this is just a component which I created, and inside that I use the context which we have that video frames from the video frame context, and then this button I use it obviously inside our page.jsx, right? I added this component just to make sure we kept in different or we kept as a component so that we can make this as a client side. And on the click of this export video, I'm calling this method. Over here we'll say constant result equal to await axios dot post request, and over here we'll say API slash render. Okay, now to this one we'll pass video frames as video frames, and then we need to pass a video ID. I don't, okay, so right now we don't have video ID. We'll pass it as a, let's say 123. Okay, we'll get this video ID just from this page.jsx, right? We can pass this video ID to this one. So over here make sure we have the video ID. So okay, we'll get that one in a moment, but for now let's save this one, and inside the console we'll say result. Okay, also inside your route.jsx make sure to return the next response. This is very important, otherwise you will get the error. So next response.json, and here you can just say ingest function trigger. Okay, and you can just pass it as a JSON and then save it. Now in order to test this one, let's go to browser, and inside the network tab we also observe, and now click export. Now if you click export, the rendering is going on. If I go to this ingest function and go to the run, over here just refresh this, and over here if you see it's running in the background, right? If I go inside that, so right now it is in process, so we'll wait to complete this. Right now I just stopped this request. The reason is we got the error. Okay, and ingest function is also showing the what is the error actually, and so that you can track each of the things and each of the API call. So if you see it's tried to attempt multiple times. Okay, so ingest is already taking care of that one. If it's failed, it will try it again. It tried 3 times. Okay, and over here if you see this error, it's saying this update render progress is not defined. Now if I go to this ingest function, over here we added this update progress, but we are not defined anywhere. So right now just remove that one. Okay, and then save it. Now this update progress is help us to get the progress, how much it is render and everything. Okay, you can add that one, the callback and everything, but right now for the testing purpose I just remove it, and then let's try it again. So and inside the ingest function, okay, so obviously on your production you can see the complete analytics as well. Now I will go back over here inside our application. Let's refresh it and let's render it again. Okay, so if I click export, if you see the render gets started, and over here once it triggers successfully, it will return the status 200. Now if you see the render showing 200, inside here it's showing as it's running, and now if I open this one, it will show the execution as well. So we'll wait to complete this one, and if you see it's run successfully. Okay, and here you will see the output as well, and inside the output we have this mp4 file. Let's copy this one, go back to the browser. I will just run this and click enter, and boom, we got the all new video getting rendered. See, and here you can obviously download it, and that's how Inngest is run your background job for you. How cool, right? Now another important thing over here, if I go back to our application, that inside the function, right, obviously here if you see we have this we return this public URL and all, we need to save this value. Okay, and this is nothing but our public URL. Obviously you can also send an email. Okay, but for now I am going to skip this part by sending an email. If you want to know more how to send an email, you can watch my previous video, which in that one I already explained how to send an email with the help of React email and resend as well. Okay, next over here we gonna save output into database. Okay, so obviously with the help of the video ID I'm going to save it. Now over here inside the export, in order to get the video ID, you just type constant video ID. Make sure this folder name should match. Don't add the square bracket, and then over here we'll say use params. Okay, oh, I already added, or what? Yeah, over here I already added, and then replace this with this video ID. Okay, and then save it. Now inside the export video, or inside this ingest function, now we have the video ID as well, right? Now over here I will write a new step run method, and we'll say constant save out video output is equal to, and same thing we have to do it here. We need to write await step run. So over here we'll say await step dot run, give the name that save video output URL, and then we'll say async the arrow function, like this, similar to this one. Now inside here obviously we need to write a logic to save it, but before that let's go to the schema file, and inside the schema we need to create a new column to hold this URL inside your video raw table. So over here we'll add a new column called output video output is equal to dot varchar, and default I will not add any default value. Okay, just add the varchar, and that's all. Let's save this one. Obviously you need to update your Neon PostgreSQL database. So we'll push the change first, and then we'll run the studio just to make sure that new column get added inside your video raw table. So inside the video raw we have this new video output table, column. Okay, perfect. Now simply inside here we need to add, obviously here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert inside your video raw table dot values, and inside that we want to save video output as this from the render video. So we'll say render video, and then we need to also save video ID as video ID. Okay, oh sorry, not here. We need to set for that. Obviously you need to add dot where condition equal video raw table dot video ID matches with the video ID. Okay, so for this particular video ID, we want to save this value, and if you want to return something, you can just return it. And another important thing over here, for now I will just return inserted. Okay, and over here we need to pass now actual information. So we are going to pass the input prompt as a video frames, and we also have the frame list, right? So inside the frame list we need to pass as a frame list, so that we can get it from the video frames dot frame list, frame list, I believe. Okay, so that's what we have inside the this one, right? So we have this frame list only, and that we are going to pass. Just make sure inside your the reason you might have a question why we are passing this both the value, because inside our Remotion root.jsx, right here you will see these two parameter we pass, and you have to make sure that we are also going to pass the same parameters, and that's the reason I pass over here. Okay, and I think everything need to be as it is. Let's save this one, and now you can test this out and it will work like a charm. Also over here you have option to update the number of minutes used. So if I go over here, you will see over here you can update how many minutes used. You can just calculate and you can update it accordingly. Okay, or you can update it that how many export is allowed. All of these things you can do it on your own as well. And once user export it, when user click on this export button, let's go to this export button. Over here I'm going to add a loading comma set loading is equal to use state and make it false initially. So make sure it's a state, so use the square bracket, and then once user click on this export video, set the loading as a true, and once it is complete we'll set the loading as a false. And over here we'll to give the toast message something like your video is exporting, it will take 1 to 2 minutes. Okay, please check back again. And once we have this toast message, I think we are good to go. But over here I am going to show a loading indicator. So over here we'll add a loader. We'll give a class name as animate spin because we want to animate this, and we'll add a condition. If loading is true, then show this loader, otherwise show the export button. Okay, and save it. Now if I go and click on this export button, so I think it's get started, and don't think so. I refresh the screen. Now click export, and if you see it's saying video exporting, it will take some time. Now we'll wait, and if you go to this ingest function, now it's running. Over here our render promo video is run successfully, but saved video output URL is failed. Okay, the reason is we are trying to insert the value which is completely incorrect. We want to update the value, and that's why the ingest function told us that this particular function or API request is fail, some which is the correct, which is fail, and that's why ingest function told you all of the detail. How cool. So that's the reason I definitely suggest to use the ingest. And let's go back and fix this. So first thing over here, let me delete everything, and here we'll say await db dot update because we want to update the record, right? Here we'll say video raw table dot set, and here we need to set the value. Now obviously for set we'll say video output. Now so this video output we need to set, and the value will be this particular as a render video. Okay, and over here we'll say dot where equal to video raw table dot video id comma video id, because for that video we need to set up, and returning we'll say here as well you can say dot returning as video raw table, and inside the return we'll say result. Oops, sorry, return. Okay, perfect. And that's all you need to do, and save it. Now, one more important thing that if your video has the output URL, right, then you can show the download button over here. But for now, let's take this out, and then you will get the output URL inside your database when it is run successfully. Click export is running it, okay, and once it's run successfully, then it will obviously show the toast message, and then it will take some time. Obviously Inngest will take care of everything now, so you don't need to worry about whether the function is will run or it will skip. Don't worry about that. And if you go to this runs, it's currently running, and if you see, it's completed successfully. And even though if you go to the database, let me refresh this, and inside the output we have the output file, and if I open this one, you have the URL to download as well. See, and if I download it, it is get downloaded successfully. I can open this video URL as well, the video as well with the audio too. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can do it. If you have any question, any doubt regarding the rendering video, let me know in the comment section. Now, one more important thing we need to do. Let's go to this export button, and inside here we are going to if the video has the output URL, and if yes, then we are going to show the output button as well. So let's implement that. So simply over here we'll say constant get video data and the arrow function. Obviously I think we already have the API for that one, so if I go to this API, inside the video you just need to pass the video ID. Okay, so inside the get we need to pass a video ID in order to get the video information. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get request slash API slash video. Over here we'll say video ID is equal to plus video ID. Okay, and obviously we'll get the result, so I will console the result, and this particular method we're gonna call over here. So constant, not constant, but inside the use effect, like this, and then we'll make this as async. Once we console it, obviously inside the result dot data we'll get our output. Perfect, and save it. Let's take this out. So if I go back to the console, now for this particular ID I just added this initial ID, okay, and go to the console, and I think this is the one. And if you see, oh, not this one, I think we need to refresh it. So let's refresh. Inside over here, let me see. Now we have export button, and inside here we have the all the information, right? And here you will see the video output. Now we'll just store this in one state. So we'll say constant output URL comma set output URL is equal to use state, and over here I need to set the output URL as result dot data dot video output. Okay, and once you have the output, over here you can write a condition. If output URL, we'll put and then show the button for a download. Okay, obviously you can add a download button icon, and I will put this just before this export over here. Obviously we'll make this class name flex gap of 2 and item to be in the center. Let's save it and let's see how it looks on the screen. If you see, we have this output button. I will just change the background to black. So over here we say class name background black, okay, and save it. So that's how guys you can also download the video. Obviously on the click of this one, on click, I will just open this. So we'll say window dot open, and then we'll pass the URL, which is output URL on a blank or new window means. Okay, and then save it. Now one more important thing, let me go to the dashboard, and on the dashboard over here as well you can add that option. If the output URL is there, you can just enable this download option, otherwise you can just disable it. Let me close all of this tab and go to the dashboard. Inside the dashboard component we have the user video list, and inside here if you remember we have this download icon option, right? Now we're gonna disable this button. I'm not sure whether we can disable, but let's directly don't show this button. So over here we'll say video dot output URL. If it's there, then only show this button. So output URL and or this need to be a video output actually, and then only show this. Okay, and once user click on this one, it will open the window dot open the URL, which is video dot video output. Okay, and on a blank, so underscore blank. Perfect, and then save it. You see we have this now download button, only those who has the output URL. Okay, and once you click on this one you will see the video is running, and then obviously you can download it as well. So that's all guys for this particular section. If you have any question, you can always reach out to Discord channel where you will get your questions answered definitely. Now we finished the development of our application. There are a couple of things that you can implement on your own, like buy credit, profile page, and other things. But now in order to make this application accessible to your friends and family or to anyone globally, first we need to deploy that on the cloud. So first thing, we're gonna push all of this code on a GitHub. So go to the github.com. Over here we'll create a new repo, give the repo name. Here we'll say promo video generator, and obviously it will also edit. Then here we'll make private, create repo, and then once the repo is created, you need to set the remote origin. So go back to your application, and inside the new terminal here we'll say git initialize first, then set the origin, then stage all the files, then we'll commit all the files using git commit -m. Here we'll say initial commit, you can give any message, and then if you are pushing the code first time, you need to use this code called git push -u origin main, and afterward you can just do git push. Now once your code is available on the GitHub, right? Let me refresh the screen. Oh, so something is not there. And here you have your code is ready. Now simply go to the Vercel, because that's where we are going to deploy our application. It's free to use, so you don't need to worry about anything. Now click add new project. Here you will see your project. We just push it, click import. Now keep everything as it is over here, but inside the environment variable you need to copy all your environment file. So simply go to .env file, copy all the environment keys, and simply paste inside this one. It automatically detect the environment key along with their value, and simply click deploy. Now it will start deploying. If you found any error, just fix that one and then redeploy it again. Now we'll wait. I will pause the video and we'll wait to complete or finish this deployment. And here our project is now deployed. Let's go to the dashboard, and this is your URL. Now if I open this URL, obviously it will ask me to log in first. Once I log in, then it will redirect me to the dashboard, and here the dashboard, obviously you will see all my video which is I already created, right? And obviously I have option to download. I can able to go to that one, I can edit, and everything is there. But it will not create a AI video for you. The reason is ingest function is not deployed, and you need to deploy the ingest function as well, right? So whatever the function we created, we need to deploy it. So first thing, let's go to the ingest.com. So I will put the link in the description along with the documentation link. Okay, and don't worry, it's completely free to use. If you don't have an account, create a new account, and then once you sign in, you will jump onto the dashboard. Here if you see one of my last video, which is AI study material generator application, I also deployed with the help of ingest. Means ingest is already integrated into that one. In this project as well, we use the ingest. Now first thing we need to do, make sure you have the ingest you sign up. Okay, and over here, if you click on the link in the description, you will jump onto the documentation to deploy the ingest for you. Okay, so over here, if I go to this deployment section, go to the overview, here you will find the option to deploy with a Vercel. So ingest directly giving option to automatically set up with a Vercel. Okay, so over here, if you see, we already have we are using app router, so you don't need to worry about here anything. But in order to deploy, just click on this install ingest function, or you can also jump from this integration section. Okay, so if I go over here, just click manage, and then you will jump on the same page. Okay, where it is, this one, right? Now once you click on connect Vercel to ingest, which we already did once I did it for the previous project, here click add ingest. Now select the account, click continue. It will connect with your Vercel. Okay, and then search your project. So in this case is promo, so maybe it's come under P, promo video, not this one. So this is the correct one. So click on this one and click save configuration. Once you click on that one, it will automatically add this inject signing key and the event key to your environment variable. And whenever you deploy next time, you will find your application inside the ingest dashboard. Now here click continue to ingest Vercel dashboard. And now if you scroll down, over here you will find the for this promo video beta, it is enabled. Okay, now go to this ingest dashboard, and simply we need to redeploy our application. So go to this promo video project, and if you see, I think it start building automatically. So perfect. So we'll wait to finish this one, and if you see, our application is redeployed successfully. And inside the ingest app, you will see our application is now syncing, and inside the function, I don't think because we did not run anything, but here if you see, we have our functions as well. Perfect. So that's how, guys, you need to sync your application with the ingest so that now your application will run smoothly.